Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to the VCS Summer 2022 day number 3. It's really fantastic. I'm excited to be here today for the first time of the VCS split because we've been fortunate enough to see each and every one of our 8 teams in their opening pursuit of the title here in summer and their attempted push for the World Tournament. So I'm in a wonderful position to be able to test my analysts. Speaking of, Mobby, Clockwork, welcome in. How are you both doing today?
Good. We've had the VCS back. We've had a wild couple of days, which have completely ruined my expectations going into the split. Nothing is right except maybe ASE, but yeah, it's very interesting. I'm excited.
I'm also for the first time back this summer, bringing you some freshness, and I can't wait for these games to begin. We've already seen a lot of upsets, and I hope they carry on. I hope they're not flukes, because I want to see more out of all of these teams. And even the meta is coming up with nice picks and niche picks, and it seems crazy enough to deliver the great VCS experience that we all want.
It's of all the things I think that stayed consistent that I was able to have the fortunate possibility of experiencing inside of the VCS. The only thing that never truly changes is Clockwork, ladies and gentlemen. Please be thankful that we have Clockwork, or I guess hatred of the fact that we have Clockwork one way or another. Well, let's continue on. Yeah, good enough.
Enjoy or lament.
Take him in as much as you can, folks. He won't be around for long. Anyway, we have an opportunity to see each team in action. I've been able to talk about that just a little bit. And I want to toy around with way too early predictions because we've kicked off into a season like this. And this is something we'll do in the next week, in the next 2 weeks as we get more and more games. But since you two are some of the finest minds that we've been able to find at this time of day, covering a league that nobody else wants to cover, I have to ask both of you, which is a player that's impressed you most in their opening week games?
In my opinion, it's got to be Dia. Usually, we're a bit skeptic when a player that usually had some issues with finding the right competitive environment and also coming off of a very long pause. I expected him to struggle quite a bit in the beginning, especially against experienced mid laners like Kati, and instead I was completely blown out of the water. Dia had a massive performance, and on 2 picks that are not standard, like the Gragas, like the Swain, majestic performances. And I hope, again, as I said before, I hope this is not a fluke. I hope Dia can be the ingredient that makes SBDC not just a quite good team as they were last split, but a good one, a legitimate contender.
Yep, and I'm going to stick with pretty much the same team, but go up a little bit to Enpa, who absolutely dominated the series against GAM. Even in the game they lost, it was Enpa against the world, finding multiple 4-man Gnarls into the walls, and just his team wasn't able to quite convert on those. But in the teams they were winning, he was so dominant. He has played 3 games, and he already has 9 solo kills. It's 1 series in, 9 solo kills. He got 7 in that game 1, and it's he's looking pretty good. He's stepped up a lot from last split, and he was already pretty good last split.
And they said that chickens can't fly.
I believe that last split we talked about Emperor potentially even stepping up into that third role, and I think that's really starting to be the establishing shot for that player. And thankfully, also, we have the opportunity to look at this team because both of you talked about SPTC or SE Esports, I suppose, as they're known as now, having that week 1 upset against GAM, which is really big. But just to kind of speed things along, obviously, I want to talk about a player that fell short of expectations in week number 1, Mobby.
Ooh. Kiaya. Kiaya was the person that was killed over and over again by Enpa, and he played 2 Sejuani games, looked like an absolute inting mess on both of them. and this is meant to be like one of, if not the best player in the league in our expectations. So just seeing him sprint it in that first game, it's tragic to watch. And oh, good lord, it was tragic to watch. I can't say much more because everything he did was a bad decision.
I have to take the other prong of the GAM solo lane duo, which is Kati. and I absolutely did not like his innovative zero damage Ari in his first series. I don't think it's a good pick if you play it like that. Impressive. I was very negatively impressed by his lack of accuracy in skill shots. Okay, that's something that you will never expect out of Kati. And now again, I'm not saying Kati is now bad because it's just one series, and he also started out on a quite hard footing in spring, I remember, but eventually the split went great. So I'm not worried. Like I believe that he will get back into form, but his first series forgettable.
It's really funny because both of you talked about like missing skill shots and not having great day one performances. I've got a buddy of mine I was on broadcast with just a few days ago, and he likes to refer to it as PayPal like abilities or PayPal ultimates. So a couple of PayPal performances out of the previous VCS champion solo laners, and now I guess we continue on to the day because today's schedule includes GAM and it also includes SE as two of our teams. SE is going to be on a little bit later. You two are going to be on to talk about that. But let's kick into game number one because we're going to be getting into draft here in just a couple of minutes. So I want to hear about the combination of GAM versus ASE because I think week number one, ASE kind of came out as our favorites, or at least the favorites, to be one of the bottom teams inside of the league. I don't know that they really kind of subverted those expectations after their first game. And so I kind of want to hear impressions about ASE and if they did anything particularly well, or if you're exciting, or if there are redeeming qualities about this squad that maybe they can look to build on over the course of the split, Mobby.
So I feel like ASE in their match against Wales, their biggest issue was putting on a bit of pressure, having that instinct to push in, find vision, and link up Xin and Hyo in particular to actually have that effect within the map. Hyo was mostly invisible, and because it's such a young team, very much rookies across the top side, and fairly they only really have that bot lane for veterancy. I can see that developing and improving over the course of the split, but right now it's a very obvious flaw that they need to work on.
Personally, I expect more out of 2T. We've had quite good performances from him on SBTC, and I think in this lineup, he really has to be the main weightlifter. It's going to be hard. As Mabi said, there's not a lot of star power here, and in the recent meta we have seen that starting winning a match from bot lane is now not as viable maybe, and probably the top side is the weakest point of AS, so it's a deck of very heavy cards for 2T here, but let's see how they progress through the split.
Yeah, they've got room to grow, definitely. I do also find it absolutely hilarious that it only took one game of Kassadin for this team as well to lock 2T in dumb baby Galio jail, which is what happened when he was around the last split as well, at least a little bit of time. So now talking about GAM a little bit, because we're going to be kicking into draft really quickly here. They're coming off an incredible undefeated spring split. They were able to make a massive run. They were able to represent their team in an international event as well, even if it was not MSI. So is there cause for concern for this team, or was it just maybe that SBTC or SE Esports, I apologize, that coming out and I think swinging out of the gate a little bit faster than maybe they were expecting?
So personally, I'm not concerned about the loss per se. We know that GAM can still coast through the split and go completely lossless in the rest of the matches. That's not going to be a problem to do it with one loss. I'm more concerned about the players' performances because those have been shaky. We've talked about them already. So I don't mind about them being 0-1 to begin with, but if they keep underperforming like this, it might become more than a 0-1.
And if I can quickly jump in while we move into draft.
Yeah.
Hanke went onto Twitter after that series and just said, "Holy crap, I drafted bad." And I think that's a little bit of it. The players looked really uncomfortable on a lot of these picks. And I think it's not just that the draft was bad, but it was a bad draft for these players. And maybe they just need a little bit more time to adjust to what's strong now rather than what was good before. But I feel that once that all clicks, once they know how they're going to play in the current patches, they should return to top of the league.
We're excited to see that GAM come back because this was a team that did incredible things inside of the spring. We would have been excited to have them at MSI after Saigon had a pretty solid performance themselves as our number 2 team. And so our expectations are really high for GAM coming out of summer to be our number 1 representative walking into Worlds. So yes, week 1, having that loss on the record does kind of suck, but our expectations remain high for this team for very good reason, as they've been dominant for a long time. As we see kicking into game number 1 here, you see GAM take away a lot of mid laners, a lot of solo lane presence, especially the Azir being pulled from specifically a player I wanted to talk about today in Playcool coming in for the side of AS Esports as 2T, already been removed from the lineup.
Wow. AS must be really not confident with the 2T, and also really puzzling the Lee Sin ban. I've heard from some players that Lee Sin is actually not in a great spot, but apparently AS are so afraid of the Levi pocket pick that they still want to take that off the table and start building in the bot lane some winning lane with the Kalista. Leaves a lot of options still for GAM, even if 2 AD carries are banned. There's still even, for example, I don't know, the Swain that can be played in the bot lane, maybe not without Senna, but I don't know. I'm not sure this opening from AS is very solid.
I feel with Playcool coming in, this is just the roster they promoted with, so maybe we're looking for that inbuilt, that pre-existing synergy over what 2T is meant to be bringing, but we are seeing a very similar top side to the game that GAM managed to win against SBTC, with this Kha'Zix coming back. Only player who's really deviated from the standard boring Wukong Viego trade. We've seen a couple leases. We saw one Lilia from Penguin. Actually, Penguin played quite a bit different, which is nice to see. But yes,
that's a bug.
Standard, Kalista, Nautilus, hyper-aggressive bot lane. ASE really want to just play aggressive, play early.
It's also a setup where, when you have this kind of an aggressive bottom lane with a good amount of forward engage with Kalista and Nautilus as a combination, they're setting up well for big fights where you can look for resets, as Viego and Kalista's spear pull really sets up very well for Viego to be able to start getting kills, getting through a fight, and taking people over. It's a question of whether Hyo is able to actually step up in the jungle position. So I want to talk about LLT and Hyo for a second as we're getting through our second phase of bans, and what you thought of these 2 rookies before we've gotten our Playcool kind of debut here for ASE.
Underwhelming. Very underwhelming. LLT was fine. He didn't really have a lot of an impact, but it was hard for him to do so because the rest of his map was losing very hard in a lot of the games. And a lot of that came down to Hyo did not have any presence in the jungle, and it let Killer Queen and Glory just control the map. And with a losing bot lane beforehand, it all falls apart. So, not hype on these rookies. They have yet to show the potential that brought them into the league, but this is a bit of a chance to redeem themselves, perhaps, against the former champions.
Yeah. Also, they're leaving the counter pick to LLT, so they want to play supposedly around him. And I also want to point out that the Kha'Zix, when Viego has already been shown, it's going to be a lasagna of resets here. If Hyo can just pick up 1 kill and jump all over the place, especially if GAM decide to go for the Ashe, it's going to be a very risky pick once the team fights from AS get rolling. So yeah, there's options for Hyo and LLT to actually make a dent in GAM's formation this game.
Oh. The Junkench coming in should help prevent that a little bit, and of course Ashe is just a beautiful lane match up into the Kalista, but Kha'Zix will probably go for Gordring to tanky the Bruiser again, so not quite as pop-offy for Hyo. And hello Irelia.
Wow.
Classic Nard counter. First time we've seen it this way.
it's now we get a chance to see both teams kind of in their full fruition, and I do like some responses here, but I'm so confused about the order of these champions because we had our top lane and our mid lane for GAM so early. ASE waited to take those until second rotation. They put that much into making sure that they had their Nautilus and Callista, and then it came back to GAM, and I'm actually a little lost. I know the top catch useful for making sure some of the engage is gone, but outside of that, this team doesn't have a bunch of primary engage outside of like Gnar jumping in, which is situational, and Ash Arrow. So talk to me about these two compositions and what you're looking at here to be expectations and win cons for both of these teams. Yeah, we'll start with Clockwork here.
AS decided to pick a very ballsy composition actually against GAM because Irelia and LeBlanc, they actually need to make their presence felt in early to mid game and, prevent Gnar to get into these big team fights where he can set up a great combo, or Corki to actually come in with the packages. So yeah, they need to play through the mid game and try to rotate faster than GAM. It requires a level of coordination that I'm not sure a rookie team has, so it's still risky. I like it, but it's still risky.
They don't have much engage, but they have so much zone control, and with ASE's weakness sort of being that push for vision, I feel that GAM are pretty happy without that big engage. They can control areas so well and make it just really difficult for ASE.
Ooh, I don't think we're going to get a chance for predictions. We're going to jump onto the rift just as fast as possible. If both of you want to give one-word answer same time right now, who wins?
GAM.
Okay, we have our predictions jumping into game number one as we have one of our longest standing duos ready to take the plate here as GAM kicks off against ASE. Carix, and you'll play.
Well, back in my day, Levi was known as a Kha'Zix main, but Kaji has been caught out as he has to immediately burn his flash. But I'm going to go back to it. As Rebel said, we are one of the longest standing duos here on VCS English. We've got Levi back on Kha'Zix. We've got Ash being picked. It feels like they're catering to us old men.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Riot just try to attack us with these patches, no? They looked at VCS and saw our statistics. We were like, no, this can't continue. We need to put a damper on it. We need to actually put some things in place to prevent VCS from having more than 1 kill per minute. But I believe we can overcome all these odds. We can overcome even the durability patch and just continue with our craziness, because I would not expect anything else from the VCS teams.
Of course not. We love our fighting. We love our aggression. And we want more of it. But we are into the game. We have GAM coming off their first loss in a long, long time when they went up against SBTC. Of course, ASE, very different caliber of opponent. I think we can mostly agree on that. But still, do you think maybe there's a bit of a mental thing coming in? They haven't lost in so long.
Potentially. I'm still looking at their draft here, and I'm a little bit confused as to their meta read. Tahm Kench, Ashe, bot lane? Very unusual. Tahm Kench is basically only seen with Senna right now, for very good reasons, but I mean, it's not a bad champion. But then again, they're also playing Elio over B, who was basically put up by their coach as the best player in the league. Hanke had so many nice things to say about B, and B really established himself as the main shot caller of the team. Now it's the second series, and he's out. That is very, very, I wouldn't say worrying, but just curious, I guess.
It reads, so I will say one thing, is that before the split started, I did a tier list with Milky Cereal, one of our other casters, and when I posted it on Twitter, because I didn't rank Elio, because we kind of said we're probably just not going to rank subs. We don't think they're going to play. So I didn't put Elio in, and Hanke said, "Why haven't you put Elio in?" And I said, "Well, we said we didn't want to put people in who aren't going to see play." As Hugh has found Levi, but he'll just hop over the wall, no problem. And then Hanke said, before the split even started, Elio will play. So I think it's just they want to give the rookie a bit more of a run. ASE is a good team to do it against. Obviously, it looks bad that they're coming off a loss, but I don't think there's anything to read into there.
Yeah, and I think we are going to give ASE as much time as they deserve, the more they show on this game, but I think it's fair for us as VCS, long-standing VCS followers, as fans of the best team in the league, in GAM as well, to focus a little bit more on GAM and actually look at their solo laners in particular, and also, I'd say, their top side in particular, because as Clockwork and Marby pointed out on the desk, their solo laners had a stink of a series 2 days ago. They were really bad, especially Kiaya got solo killed over and over again. Kati for me was more a non-factor than actually being very bad. He was just not really doing much. And then Levi with some interesting picks, not the greatest performances either. You said you know him as a Kha'Zix main. Oh, we might have a first gank. This is dangerous.
Yeah. Ooh, the W doesn't quite land. Play cool actually going extremely low, so Kati navigates that one very well, considering he didn't have a flash.
Very well. But yeah, you said Levi was known as a Kha'Zix main, and I kind of had the same feeling, but I checked his career stats, and he's only played 12 games of Kha'Zix. Not even that great of a win rate, considering he's playing...
It's more that he pulls it out in big games and then loses.
Yeah, it's not the most successful champion for his team or himself as a player. Only 7 wins to 5 losses, which sounds great, but he's on GAM. They usually go 90% win rate, so only a 57% win rate on one of the champions he considers maybe a pocket pick. It's not actually boding that well, considering all the other win rates he has in store. So, yeah, I'm not too convinced. Personally, I'm a hater of Kha'Zix as well. So, not entirely sure what he's trying to do, just going back to farming. And honestly, this GAM team, we have a Kha'Zix, we have a Corki, we have an Ashe to neutralize lanes, so they're not really looking for early action, they're just trying to scale up. They know they're the better late game team, even in their losses against SPTC, which is a much better team than AS. They looked very comfortable in the late game and actually made comebacks almost happen, even from behind. So I think GAM knows they're the better late game team. They don't want to risk anything. They're just going for scaling, going for team fights, which, yeah, in this matter, certainly a viable win strategy. Not the most exciting though.
Speaking of the Ashe, obviously you questioned the bot lane picks. You brought up the Tom Kench being quite weird. Do you think the Ashe is just a Kalista counter? Because obviously Ashe with the slows does make Kalista's life pretty hellish.
It's a really good melee matchup. Can just also provide extra vision control, which I think is quite good into a super active mid-jungle of LeBlanc and Viego. As long as you can just keep them honest and delay the game, give Levi time to scale, yeah, why not add an Ashe in there with the ease controlling the jungle matchup as well. So I really like the Ashe. I think Ashe is very decent pick right now in terms of win rate and solo queue. She's sitting in a comfortable 51%, I believe. But Levi has overstepped his welcome.
He absolutely has. He tries to go over the wall, but first blood will be given over to Hyo.
That was a really stupid play. He wanted to abuse the fact that ASE went for Dragon, but the Dragon was down almost a minute ago, so he just completely misread the situation and overstepped his welcome into the enemy jungle. Another bad death from Levi. What is happening to the jungler king of Vietnam? Not the greatest start to a split ever.
All dynasties must come to an end eventually, your way. Perhaps we are seeing the end of the Levi Empire. But of course, much too early to call that. One boneheaded decision does not a career ender spell. But still, this does mean ASE is off to a good start. They're still actually behind in gold. Mostly just coming from the bot lane where Style has been absolutely manhandling Easy Love. Very little that Easy Love can actually do in this matchup, as we touched on earlier. But the matchup I want to talk about, even though we haven't seen much of it so far, is actually top lane. LLT kind of throwing down the gauntlet. He picked the Irelia into the Gnar. He thinks he's good enough to do it.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. Just Kiaya had a better early week. You're a new top laner. Probably have looked up to Kiaya for quite some time because he has been the best top laner for ages now. So in your opening game into Kiaya, Irelia counter pick, last pick, confidence from the team. Love to see that. Let's see if he can actually do something with it, because so far it's only even CS, and yes, Irelia will not start losing suddenly, but Na is still the better team fighter, I'd say. Oh, Kiaya, though. He's only mini.
Kiaya
His team's coming.
Out, doesn't get the double hop, has the flash. There's the cut. Oh, then look at that. The long-range arrow comes in as well. They're going to try and turn this one around. LLT taking very low. Hyo, heart breaks. Spectral Moors, but goes down. And they're flashing forward. They want LLT as well. They've got the Mega Na to try and do something. LLT cleans up the wave, but knows that's all he can do as GAM fire back with 2.
And epically, the kills go over to the 2 solo laners that caught so much flag from the first series, and justifiably so. They had a really bad series, but this is their comeback series here with 2 kills over to the 2 solo laners. Kiaya able to get away from the CC. That was crucially, he dodged the W, the Spectral Maul, from Viego. And even though LRT hits his E, they don't have the damage to immediately burst him down, even in mini form. Really nice collapse from GAM. The rest of them are all here, especially impressed by Elio reading the situation coming up there. I think they swapped bot lane in order to go for Herald anyway, so a little bit of a misguided engage maybe from ASE, because they should be aware that the bot lane is coming, considering it's 8 minutes onto the clock. The Herald is spawning, so yeah, maybe playing without thinking too much about the future. Just one little Na on their screen, they immediately wanted to pounce on him, but yeah, consequences are dire. Now GAM in full control of the game, almost 2k gold lead, with the Herald, with the Dragon. Oh no, the Dragon actually went over to AC, my apologies.
Yeah, that was earlier.
But yeah, great opening for GAM, and they are so comfortable just scaling up, especially with Carti on this Corki in the mid lane.
Yeah, 100%. This is obviously not something we're super used to from GAM. GAM, always the team that wants to dive their bot lane. They want to try and get these early leads. We actually used to call them the Herald-phobic team because they just never got first Herald. They only really cared about first Dragon. But it's good to see a change of playstyle. It's good to see them adapt. You know, this is a team that we're looking at potentially, obviously it's very early to say, but potentially sending to Worlds. And if you've only got one playstyle, that's just not really good enough.
Totally. Yeah, and I think in the players, they already changed their playstyle towards being a little bit more top-focused or Herald-focused a little bit. The insane Dragon stats were mostly for regular season, so I believe... Oh, Kiaya, he's mega. Can he get away from here?
I don't think so. The Spectral Maul lands. He has access to the Na rather, but well buffered there by Hyo with that Heartbreaker. One more hit will do it. The Spectral Maul will be enough. But on the other side of the map, we do see a tower going down. So gold-wise, it is still GAM very favored.
Yeah, GAM winning on the other side, but it's a good punish anyway. They just go back to Kiaya. They know he has no flash, and actually it's easier to start the fight against Mega Na, because he can't make as much distance, and you don't really have to think about the threat of him turning into Mega Na, so you basically work with the whole HP bar there. Levi, I think he can hide behind these minions. There he is. The Kha'Zix is actually quite fun to watch, I think, even though I really dislike the champion conceptually. But this Ghost Kha'Zix makes him much more vulnerable in the early game to invades, because if he doesn't have his jump, he can actually be caught out quite easily. Very good timing. There's not much to say. It's just very good timing from Hyo, very good punish into the pushing wave. They know everything is focused on the bot side. For GAM, they just dropped the Herald. So it's just perfect timing, and Kiaya should have respected weak side a little bit more there.
Yeah, I do think the Heartbreaker from Hyo was very good as well. Just want to give some mechanical shout-outs to our rookies. If he'd been knocked away by that Na, there's a chance Kiaya gets out. So good on him for that one. Which is what we want. Overall, though, as we've been saying, GAM is still very, very comfortable. They do have the scaling draft. The Callista from Easy Love is going to get harder and harder to play into this comp. And Carti with an interesting package. Didn't really need it in the end.
Well, sometimes you shouldn't force it under... Like, if you can't see a play, it's probably safer to just scale. He can use one later. He's going for the very slow scaling build that just gives him a lot of safety with the early Hex Drinker. Of course, we've seen Hex Drinker kind of re-emerge as a Corki item into a lot of the Assassin or stronger burst AP champions. In Winter, he really didn't go for Hex Drinker much. He just went straight to his AP build. But now the Corki was nerfed a little bit more, has less AD to work with, just a little bit slower in the scaling department. He likes to go for more safety. And I mean, he's getting all the time he needs. GAM is just dominating everything here.
Yeah, they're taking this mid tower without any answer so far from ASE. They come in just to stop it right before it does fall. Of course, the tower very, very tanky. It is still before 14 minutes after all. So at the moment, it's really just LLT with any kind of real lead. There's a slight CS lead for Playcool, but that is completely counterfeited by the kill and the tower plates that Kati has. How does this Irelia actually become a point of power for ASE, or are things looking really dire?
Yeah, they're not looking great. I wouldn't say they're dire yet. Hyo is also quite a point of power, and
That's true.
Hyo hasn't ever lost a professional game on Viego. Only played 3, but still, it's a streak. It's something you can find comfort in. You can always look back and say, I've never lost on this kind of stage with this champion, so maybe he can repeat some of that performance. And I'd say, so far, a good performance from Hyo in that regard as well. But back to the Irelia point. Irelia is always a little bit of a strange champion. We've seen amazing team fights from people like Hasmid, right? Hasmid, legendary Irelia player, just able to make any form of flank actually stick. Usually she doesn't really want to go into teamfights, especially into annoying champions of the like of Ashe or Tahm Kench. So I expect her to try and play more towards side lane. The problem is side laning from behind is kind of hard to do. So I would like to see them double down on trying to kill Kiaya. Kiaya hasn't looked comfortable and this whole weekend. Oh, Elio.
He's Tahm Kench. He has a flash. He gets on out of there, but still, very little investment there from Hyo. So far, I am impressed by Hyo. I think he's been in the right place at the right time, which is very, very different to Series 1. Now they're going to go in and engage. Elio immediately gets burst out. A stun comes in from Ashe, which allows Levi to get the jump over the wall, but it's another good pick. This should get them a Herald. Good stuff from the ASE jungler.
Yeah, very nicely done. We have to put a little bit of blame on GAM's communication there, even though it's just a very good punish from ASE, but GAM also, Elio just blew his flash. Your Kazakhs cannot really defend him either, so why are you even poking your head into the river? I understand you want to go for river control into Herald, because Herald would open up maybe a second tower or even break the top lane outer, but this actually cost them so much tempo now. A lot of gold back to ASE, but yeah.
In they come, the Valkyrie forward from Cardi. Everfrost will hold him back, but he's about to have that Mega Gnar, and Cardi flashes forward immediately into a hook, but the Callista Fate's Call will get Xin to safety. They do manage to defuse that play.
Yeah, and once again, a good punish from ASE on the other side. Top lane and jungle seem to work together very nicely. I'm impressed by LLT and Hyo's synergy, so maybe that's something we need to keep our eyes on for the rest of the split. We don't know much about this team, to be fair. They're very new, they have a lot of new players, and the history in the VCS with rookie teams, I mean, it's not a full rookie team, but they have a lot of young players and returning players. Yeah, 3 rookies in this case. 2T almost counts like a rookie too, so basically 2 different rookie set of players. Yeah, we never know how good they can be. SGB in spring 2021, suddenly they were among the best players of the league, so maybe Hyo and LLT can channel that kind of performance too. I'm rather impressed with them in this game, I have to say.
In this game, for sure, I think Hyo in particular is super jumping out at me. We did see LLT picking up a tower while that scuffle was going on, and with this Mountain Drake now on the map, ASE, they're in the position of power around it, but GAM looks like they want to have something to say.
I'm a little bit low on summoner spells. Okay, Xin with the engage.
Oh, Xin moving in, finds an engage, but he goes incredibly low immediately on the side. It's LLT, goes into the middle of GAM, but look how tanky he is with that W, trying to find a way out. It does not exist. And now it is GAM running forward there, Transcendent. The Dragon will go over to Hyo, but it just doesn't matter because the rest of them are being cut on down. And ASE are wiped away from the map.
It's a horrible, horrible engage. So much was lacking from the side of ASE. They just don't have the damage. They don't have the focus into Tahm Kench team, into so many things that can just thwart the engage, and then LLT and Hyo just a little too far forward. Look at this engage. It hits Tahm Kench. That's the perfect scenario. Playcool is out of the game. Very nice zoning and marking from Kiaya. Playcool is contributing nothing to this fight. Look at him. He's just scrambling around the sides. He's trying to find anything there, and the sad, sad side of Callista, not even a Callista that's ahead, just trying to poke little holes in the Gnar. Nothing happened there. So the Callista is basically out of the commotion already for the whole game. She can't contribute anything anymore, especially in comparison to the other 2 ADCs in this game. if we count Corki as an ADC. So they can't rely on their bot lane. Their mid lane is not strong enough really to do much either. I don't think team fighting is the way to go for ASE. Try to play through your side lane strength and your CC and pick ability, and don't go for 5v5s.
Yeah, but that is so difficult for a rookie team to do. Because it puts so much pressure on your shot caller, because you need to be feinting moves with your 4-man and drawing GAM to defend to allow LLT to get things done. I mean, if they pull it off, it'll be even if they don't end up winning, if they do a few good moves in that sense, I'll be super impressed with them. But putting a rookie team on that, it's a rough position your way.
Oh, for sure. And this is why Clockwork pointed out that he likes the gutsy move of putting this draft together, basically throwing down the gauntlet with the top and mid lane matchups and even the Kalista early pick, though that was neutralized rather easily. But it's a gutsy draft, and it has shown some signs of life, some signs of very good laning, especially, which is always good to see. But it might not be enough this early in the split to really contest GAM. The game is just a little too comfortable for the champions of the league. They're 4k gold ahead, they outscale super heavily, especially through mid lane, and their 5v5 is stronger. So it's really hard to see a way back for ASE into the game. They basically need GAM to overstep, maybe Levi on one of his famous dive adventures.
Ooh, play cool, moves forward, but it doesn't go particularly well. The Nautilus ult is neutralized as well. And with that Herald spawn, I think that was just it's timing out. I have to drop it. GAM will stop it immediately. ASE will lose a tower. And look, I think this game might be a little bit too far gone as an Ash Arrow lands in and Nautilus sent back to death. LLT, you are far too far forward there, mate. Gets gnarred into the middle of the enemy team. Levi will pick himself up a lovely little kill. And now a second tower is on the chopping block. Though Levi does go very low. Playcool can't find him. Inhib will go down. Oh, Cardi's confident. He's moving forward, trying to take down Easy Love. A little bit too confident there as he does not dodge away from the Playcool damage. He does actually play it very cool as ASE, they lose their base, but at least they got a consolation prize.
Yeah, and at this point, we're mostly thinking about Game 2. We saw some glimpses of hope. ASE is not a dead team. They're not Flash in winter. They have competent laners. They're not actually falling behind that much. I mean, to be fair, their average is minus 3k, but still, their laners individually are doing fine, and that's the most important thing you have to have in a tier 1 league, to actually have competent laners, because if you're behind every game, it just puts you in such a bad spot to win any games. There are some teams that can win from behind multiple times a season, but it's always better to be even or ahead, especially if you want to play skill check champions like the Irelia, to some extent the LeBlanc as well. So I still have hope for this team. I don't really see them winning a game today, to be perfectly honest, but you never know. And it's always just nice to look at these new players trying to just acclimate themselves to the tier 1 league feeling, because a lot of these players are very new, so we should cut them some slack. And I think in terms of mechanics, we can definitely see some potential here.
Ooh, LLT has been caught out. That tongue lash from Elio will spell his doom. The slow was there. He tries to turn something around, but obviously no hope, and Star will pick himself up a kill. I completely agree with you. I think in this game so far, I've been pretty impressed with Hyo. I think after Series 1, there were maybe some concerns about him. But after this game, up against GAM, okay, sure, might not be enough to get you across the line, but I'm still fairly impressed as Cardi has come in with a teleport with the package. Zin trying to turn it around immediately onto him, but Cardi's just going to rip across them. No, never mind. He uses it to just retreat as the rest of Kiaya and the boys come in from the north. Easy Love will be the next one to go down to the boomerang of Nah. Hyo trying to get his way out of there. Will use the Spectral Maw to do it. Oh no, but here's a TP. It's Kiaya, Hyo! Did you think I'd forgotten? No, he hasn't. That top lane gank rankled him, evidently, and that'll get GAM a Baron.
Yeah, now it's basically just victory lap after victory lap. Very nicely done. Cardi's experimenting with Corki a bit. The funny thing is, I actually checked his stats, and Corki was actually really high up in my mind, because there was one very, very impressive and important game of GAM playing Corki, and that was the first game of Winter Finals against Cerberus. Corki had just emerged as kind of the counter to Victor, or maybe more an answer than a counter. And very new still in the VCS context, Kati picked it in game 1, carried the game against Cerberus, the favorites back then, and then it was banned every single game against Kati for the rest of the series. And do you know something, Kerix? He never played this champion again. He has only one professional game on Corki. I was super shocked when I checked this, but he has looked very comfortable on this champion, and now, well, he's testing his limits a little bit more, and why not? They're 11-4 in kills, they're almost 10k gold ahead. The game's over. They can't lose any 5v5s, so it's also good to see Kati stepping back into carry positions and showing us a good performance in Series 2.
Absolutely, and obviously Kati is someone that we need to keep an eye on with a potential return of another elite mid laner in the form of Dia1. Obviously their first matchup, very in the Dia favour, but you know there will be a second one, and we obviously want it to be a rivalry worthy of the name, as the second inhibitor will fall. This is just GAM kind of walking it in. The arrow will miss over onto Playcool. He goes golden, but it will buy merely moments before this LeBlanc is sent to the Shadow Realm. Oh, never mind. A little bit of juking, a little bit of dodging, and Kati burns the flash to take him down as the rest of GAM sieges on towards the base. This is what we expect from our top team. We expect them to very easily beat these lower level teams like ASE, as Hyo has to heartbreak away. The towers are falling. But overall, this seems like a return to comfort, a return to perhaps a little bit of happiness for GAM, as they will have a last little crack. The Nexus is under siege. LLT doing everything he can, but he's cut in half by Kha'Zix, and the Nexus will explode.
Yeah, GAM out here really trying to kill your voice by extending the finishing calls for ages.
Come on, I had a scripted thing. Come on now, wrap this one up.
Well, it was the expected confident win. We saw some glimpses of hope from ASE, but we also saw a lot of return to power for GAM. Wasn't the most impressive game from them either. I'm still kind of missing Levi on the map. I hope we can get to see our multi-time MVP step up a little bit more in game 2, maybe play a more exciting champion than Kha'Zix and not die to very stupid invades. But overall, it's still the return of the champions. So yeah, I think GAM is looking like the big favorite to take this 2-0. And we have to see if ASE changes some of their drafting strategies, maybe a little bit more of a 5v5 geared team composition, because I think they need to play easy comps to get acclimated to this VCS stage.
Yep, and with the final word before we go to the break, B was the problem. We'll see you in about 5 minutes.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to not surprising, I guess, result after what we saw in game number one, but probably a happy return for GAM being able to take this game as we start our game number 3 off with a solid matchup, as our previous champion was finally able to overcome what happened in our first week, or I guess our first set of games we've come through. My analyst, once again, Mobby and Clockwork, returning, looking from GAM's perspective. I want to talk about that win because I am at least curious a little bit what you two think about what the possibilities of this team are for the future in talking about, do you see them picking up a new identity as a team? Do you see them playing more around Cotty potentially? Do you see the patch having adapted enough for them to have to look like a brand new squad compared to what we expect from GAM of old?
It's hard to say with so few matches. Definitely, talking about happy returns, I think also Elio can bring a new flavor to the team. We know how GAM looks with B, very strong, by the way. And I like that they try to branch out with other players, especially in these matches that are not really, crucial for the regular season. So yeah, play Elio, play even, I don't know, Tomario in the future. That will help them to craft some new identity because, as you said, the meta is a bit different, and GAM can't, of course, expect to play the same way that they did in spring. So the sooner that they embrace this new meta, the better.
Ever since Style joined GAM, they've sort of shifted into mostly a bot lane focused team, where that's where lots of the pressure came down. Yaya was just sort of expected to win 1v2 or 1v1 in the top lane on his own. But I think from here, they might want to swap to a old GAM style like they had with Easy Levels in, where you just go top side, you play through your mid jungle, going up there and diving that over and over again. I think that might be a better showing for them. Because for Ash Time Kench, these sort of safe bot lanes, their style and Elio seem to play that out well. B can definitely play that style, so I think that's where they should go from here on out.
Yeah, we'll see if that identity kind of continues to develop at all, because again, the patch affected teams in very different ways. And we'll see whether that is something that GAM picks up on, as again, Hanke had talked about it, and Jack Ewan probably has to consider it as well, what the future of the options for their team are. And if it's anything indicative as to what we saw in that first game, we'll see some consistent changes, I think. For ASE, who, again, I think our expectations were that they were going to lose today. I would imagine with predictions, everybody thought that GAM was going to win. Can we expect them to play more around these rookies because they've showed some positive signs of life? Or do you think they'd be better served into playing into their bottom lane where, you have Easy Love, you have this expectation of who's going to be good?
I'd like them to. I think that Zin and Easy Love have been very, very much lesser than I was expecting. I was expecting them to be the strong point of ASE, but they've been so flat. They've kind of suffered a lot in these two series, and I don't think the Callisto is working out at all for them. Try and let that play safe. Easy Love is used to being the sacrificial lamb, so just go back to that sort of style. Push your top lane and mid lane through, and I think that's your best option. Yeah, I'm not sure.
So looking from this match specifically, I was impressed in the bot lane. I think they should have at least contested, bot lane prio a bit more often, or engaged in some more trades. Whereas the Aurelia and LeBlanc did fine, like play cool. It was first game of this season, and also LLT. Of course, they stack up against much better opponents, so I don't think they did bad in the early game. There's breaks to build a solid wall. Okay, now let's see if what's in between will help them. But I would keep playing through the top side if I'm AS.
Okay, expecting their youngsters to be able to pick up some of the slack for a bit of the team. I want to take a little bit of a broader scope look here because we have a chance to kind of do that at this moment, which is that in the previous split we had, BTS versus the Sky, however you want to refer to them, because they of course have been relegated at this point, but their players kind of got scattered to the wind, right? We see 3 of their players in completely different positions from where they were even just one split ago. And so my question is, do you think that Elio do you think Elio ended up in the best situation compared to the others, right? Drakthar currently sits on Cerberus as the backup jungler, and then of course you have Glory, who's starting in a position, actually had a really amazing first week. It's a question of whether you think Elio is actually the person that ended up at a solid place compared to the others, as it looks like draft is going to get kicked off here really quickly.
Look, Rebel, I know I'm going to preach to the choir, but
you're right. Yashiro
Drakthar
is still. Oh, sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, Drakthar actually got the best niche for him because Cerberus really needed a jungler. Now they have a bunch of them, but Drakthar can be what fixes their problem. GAM were fine even without an additional support. So I think in terms of providing the needs for the team that requires them, Drakthar ended up in the best position. That doesn't mean that Elio won't have his time to shine.
Laura's the only one with a full-time starting position.
Yeah.
The other two are subs. And if Wales continue to look as good, I'm going to go with Glory. But I think standing-wise, Elio might end up at the top, just based on being on GAM. But
Yeah, Glory was locked in Sky Jail for an absurd amount of time. Like, ever since I had even started casting here in the VCS, Glory was locked in Sky Jail.
Career so
Yeah,
far.
so I'm actually really excited because week one, if that was anything to show, then Glory obviously has been holding back for a very long time, or I guess has been held back for a very long time. As we're kicking into draft of game number 2 here, AS now on the blue side. My apologies, as well as the red side, as they were in the previous game. Lots of bans. Once again, that Lee Sin coming in to make sure that's going to go away. And they're actually stuck with Playcool, which is something I want to talk about, as you two can kind of touch on it as you're walking through a lot of these picks. As we get Senna first overall, I know somewhere you're always going to be cheering. But talk to me about the possibility of Playcool versus 2T and who your preference is after this first week of play.
I think Playcool has showed pretty decent promise in the promotional series. He's played one game. It was pretty good on LeBlanc, and LeBlanc isn't very good. So I think I wouldn't mind sticking with Playcool. We kind of know 2T, but players can just pop up out of nowhere after multiple splits of being bad and being good again, like Heroes. So
Rocky.
maybe yeah. At this point, I do not mind who plays.
To be honest, I don't mind Playcool starting in this series. This is not a match that AS plan to win, so they don't require to start their full lineup with the supposedly best players. So I'm fine with Playcool giving some playtime, and also AS again starting to build from this bot lane. Now the Senna was open, and the Gangplank also very flexible in the top lane. So I'm starting to like it a bit more. Again, as we said before, as we agreed on, bot lane probably not the best element of AS roster, but at least it gives them the possibility to, save a counter pick for either mid lane for Playcool or Hyo in the jungle. So I understand this Senna pick.
Starting to have concerns a little bit on GAM's champion pool right now. Like back to the Gnar, back to the Corki. Granted, if they're not being targeted, you can just keep going back. But if I'm getting to the point where we need to see more bans against Carti with this Corki, because that's everything else. I mean, granted, 2 games. He's only won on it so far. So maybe force GAM a little bit to be a little bit less comfortable. However, this time, heavy focus onto the bot lane with the Kalista. Need to see Levi on an active pick that can actually get down there and impact it.
So I want to throw in one thing, which is that ASE, especially LLT, is probably going to become my favorite top laner, because I feel like we never get Gangplank in this league for absolutely no reason. Because it's been a powerful champion for a long time, and still we're stuck on like the Renekton champion, the Gnar champion, just blinding them constantly. So if LLT is going to be our first real, true Gangplank player, I am beyond excited to see him starting this league.
Let's see, there's the option also for GAM to answer with a Kale, right? There was a matchup. Yeah, well, all right. But another confusing pick here is the Amumu, which is usually the Zeri counter pick, if I remember correctly, and now GAM decided to go for it anyway. And not sure. Well, the combo with Kalista is always solid, provides for a good massive engage that everyone can follow up on. So it's not bad, but also a bit confusing. ASE finally also gives a bit of trust to the Wukong in the top lane, which I like way more as a top lane than as a jungler in this meta. So it's a bit of a more well-rounded composition from them compared to game 1.
So yeah, they gave Amumu back his cooldown on his Q, so he got to have
Wow.
long lane again. And hello VCS, classic Shyvana jungle. Okay, so it's going to look a little bit different from the last time we saw it. A lot less upfront burst and a bit more bruisery, going for quite likely. Levi could pull out the full AP burst, whatever, because he's that kind of guy. But general idea is likely press the attack with Iceborne whatever it's called now, Crossfire, Gauntlet, and Demonic Embrace, which gives you a lot of sticking power, a pretty healthy amount of damage, and makes you a beefy, pretty good bruiser frontline. And I'm here for it.
Yeah, looking at these two compositions, I'm noticing I really like what both teams have done. GAM have ways to stack CC really effectively against the side of ASE, but ASE does have damage to boot inside of a team fight really effectively, especially AoE damage. So walking into this one, break this one down for me, both of you, and throw a quick prediction, because I know we're going to get in game really, really quickly here.
I think ASE have a pretty standard composition, lots of ability for the mid jungle to branch out and affect either side lane of their choosing. GAM has a lot of engage and wants to do that big team fight again. I expect a lot of focus on the bot lane. GAM wins.
I also agree. GAM wins. Game 1, AS did quite fine in the early to mid game. They held on pretty well, but when it was over at 18 minutes, it was really over, and there was little that AS could do. And this seems that a draft that has all the ingredients to repeat that timing again.
Ye of little faith for the Senna, ye of little faith for the Gangplank coming in here. If we get some solid players, I know that hopefully Youe is going to be really excited to watch as this game progresses. We're going to jump back into game number 2 of GAM Esports versus ASE, as once again, Carix and Youe are going to be stepping in for us here.
Once again, Youe, the VCS boomers are eating well as we have a return of Levi, Shyvana, Keck W. It's been so long. It's true, it's true. Youe, apparently you are muted on stream. I'm just going to jump in. Apparently you're muted on stream.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am stupid. On my apologies. Haven't been producing in a while, so yeah, I didn't unmute myself, so now I should be audible. Apologies.
I mean, it's lucky you were just swearing so much. You said some really horrible things.
So, one thing I'm a little confused about with this Shyvana is the ghost. Now, to be fair, I didn't really research Shyvana jungle too heavily, because I didn't really expect to see it, especially with this current iteration. But Ghost strikes me as a little bit of a weird choice for this champion, because she gets a lot of movement speed anyway on the W all the time. So, a little bit confused by that. I would have expected maybe a more aggressive summoner, an Ignite for invades, or maybe an Exhaust to chase down to buff her ganks a little bit more. The old Shyvana tactics of going Exhaust and just walking into lane, exhausting the enemy and running them down. But yeah, it's a Ghost, so more late game, more teamfight focused. Elio.
Oh, Elio finds his way in on the Amumu, throws out the bandage, just gives Easy Love a couple of souls, because that damage really can't stick. What do you think of this matchup from the Senna perspective, being our resident Senna expert?
So, Senna, in essence, is not too bad into Kalista in isolation, because she outdamages most of what Kalista does, and then also slows Kalista, which Kalista hates, with a very easy-to-hit Q. The problem is more, I think, Kalista into Tahm Kench, which is something Tahm Kench absolutely despises to play against, because Kalista can just do whatever she wants in this lane. And even though Senna, I think, is fine into Kalista most of the time, in this case with Tahm Kench next to her, I think she's gonna struggle, or Tahm Kench more is the one struggling in this matchup. As we have Yo looking for an early dive. Kiaya is not very close to Mega Gnar, so this could actually work, I think.
Yeah, he moves back. He just wants to secure the Scuttle Crab. I think they're just going to make the call that LLT is sort of winning this lane already. He has already built up about half a wave of a CS lead. A bit more than that even. So not too bad there. Was just ready in case of any shenanigans. Levi will move down. They both steal each other's Krugs unless Levi gets chased off.
Yeah, remember, no flash for Levi. This is
He
dangerous.
has used the Ghost, so he can dodge the Tongue Lash. That movement speed does come in clutch. Elio now coming over to help him out. He really wants to try and take away these Krugs, but he just can't do it.
Now, Levi's invades today have been very questionable. This one, I guess he has the mechanics to outplay, but...
Hang on. We need to look in the jungle. There's a clash. Oh, no, never mind. Levi did get away with the back. It was very close, though. Hyo was about to walk into the bush.
I didn't even spot what you were talking about, but yeah, Levi just barely able to escape. He used his Ghost, and that shouldn't be too consequential, because, yeah, Ghost in the first place. Why does he have it? But, yeah, he should be fine. He's very far ahead now in experience. He's already starting his second clear, and if he's able to finish second clear into Dragon, maybe, with the bot lane being as dominant as they have been, they could really accelerate him to level 6. If you get the first Dragon into level 6 on Shyvana, you are a menace on the Rift, especially on this particular item build.
Ooh, lovely play, cool. Lands a lovely charm there onto Cardi. I don't think he's quite got the follow-up. He pushes forward because he thinks he does, and he's right, as Ari will pick up that first blood, and play cool is looking good.
And yesterday we saw an Ari try to go for this kind of play without Ignite, and she failed miserably, so I kind of expected this to look like there yesterday, where they try to go for the dive and barely don't have the damage, but beautifully combined the Q with the W damage, so it was really hard for Carti to anticipate the burst. I think there was an auto attack in there as well, so perfectly played from Play Cool. And that's a kill before level 6, and now Carti has to be insanely cautious.
If we get the replay, we need to have a look at the charm that actually came out that set that up, because that was absolutely beautiful out of Play Cool. But on the top side, we have the Dragon going down on the bot, but Kiaya will be going down top, and Play Cool is everywhere.
He's living up to his name in game 2. He had a little bit of... he needed some time to adjust to the stage, apparently, but now he is playing how he wants to play. Very cool game indeed. 2-0 for the Ari, and this champion can snowball. And looking at this draft, I didn't actually want to talk about this too much, because it's still GAM against ASE. Oh, Easy Love.
Sorry, my stream just froze there for a moment, so I am back in, as Easy Love has gone incredibly low. The Gangplank ultimate coming in to help them out as well. That's a big bit of resource to use just to save the bottom lane.
Yeah, Gangplank ult very optimistic. I think if Xin actually hits the Q, they have potential to chase down Style. But yeah, it was very optimistic indeed. I don't think Gangplank really needs his ultimate in top lane though, so that's a fine play to make. They save Easy Love's life. And now Hyo against Levi clash in the jungle.
Oh no, and as you said, if you get that early dragon, you are a god on Shyvana. As Elio moves forward, manages to pick up that first kill, does Levi. Over the wall goes Xin. But that is a free kill given over to GAM, and they fire back well. And look who's on the way. This is a dive. Valkyrie over the wall. Cardi knows exactly where he's going to move this plane down towards the tower. Levi jumps in as that dragon, and it's only Xin left standing. And
Ari's
ASE
coming.
are getting absolutely wiped off the map. Play Cool is coming down, and he thinks he can go forward, and he hits the charm again. These things are magnetized, but he can't actually make a play off the back of it. Oh my word, GAM are decisive today.
And really nice game plan from GAM. Actually not that impressive in terms of mechanics, but just reading the map and preparing for this level 6 power spike from Levi. He didn't actually get to level 6 from the Dragon, which I think was the initial plan. Instead, I think he hits level 6 off some minions dying here in this wave. And that's just not enough respect given to level 6 Shyvana, and also missing mid laner. Yeah, so a little bit fortunate maybe from GAM. I think they wanted to have Levi hit level 6 from his jungle alone. They still make it work, and it's 2 kills over to them. First Shyvana ult, successful. Shyvana also got the first dragon, so she's in a really good spot right now, scaling nicely into the game.
For sure. And we, yeah. Oh, hello, Vietnamese chaps. Not sure what's going on here. I love coming out of replays. It's always surprising. You know, it's always the thing you least expect with VCS when you come out of a replay. So you get to have a look at us for a little bit. Well, now we can slow down, perhaps, and have a chance to talk. Your way. Your camera's looking very good today.
Thank you very much. So,
but so far, what are you thinking of the VCS? You know, we've had a couple days of play.
So, yeah, I'll talk about my issues with the GAM's draft a little bit later. Let's look at the VCS as a whole, as this is my first outing in this split so far. Have been a little bit surprised by some of the meta reads, I'd say. Also, I assume Belweth is not available, because we haven't even seen her in any of the drafts being featured, and she is being played in other leagues, and I think she would be something Levi would enjoy immensely, so a little bit surprised by that, a little bit surprised by some of the support meta, I shouldn't say surprised. Disappointed. I wanted to finally see the transition over to my kind of league, where we see all the enchanters, all the bot lane mechanics actually coming to fruition. Instead, we have Nautilus against Tom Kench. Yay! But at least the Nautilus got killed over and over again, so that's fine. But I'm super excited to see how all these teams clash against each other. I'm so excited to follow Dia1's storyline, to follow Cerberus' storyline. We have so many good teams.
And we go back into the game very quickly. Not sure what went wrong, but hey, it doesn't matter. Means we get a chance to chat, and good timing for us to get back in as Kiaya smacks a rock into LLT's face, but Pirates nice and happy. No worries there, as it's about a 500 gold lead over to GAM. And honestly, this is off the back of Playcool, who has looked fantastic.
Yeah, so now it's time. Oh no, there's no time. Levi is really tanky already.
Yeah, he's huge. He's already got the Barmy Cinder. I don't think there's much Hyo can do about this one. I think you have to give this Herald up.
Yeah, Hyo just... Oh, wow, what happened here?
Oh, bot lane. How have they gone under the tower? It must have just been an Amumu bandage, and now he's got no hope. Doesn't even get time to pop the shield. Elio has to use the stopwatch, so that kind of hurts, but the kill makes up for it.
Xin tried to push it to the extreme. He tried to bait with the E, but he could have pressed it. I think he could have lived there. Doesn't respect the re-engage from Elio with the Q2. A little unfortunate. I think Xin actually had the means of surviving there and turning this around and playing weak side defense. Instead, it's now on Play Cool to turn this fight around.
It absolutely is. 2,500 health on the Rift Herald. It is Hyo with prime positioning, but Levi's in plenty of room to smite. There he goes. Goes into Dragon Form. They know where their bread is buttered. They want to try and take out Playcool, but it hasn't worked out as he gets over the wall. Elio will be the first one to fall. Hyo going very low. Needs to find a way out. I don't think it exists, though, as he's got a big dragon bearing down on him. Kiaya will be the one to deal the blow, but 1-for-1 is honestly not horrible for ASE.
And they're just not ready to fight the dragons. It looks like Westeros being invaded by the first Targaryens. They have no idea what's hitting them. Levi's just in the middle of everyone, dealing so much damage, tanking forever, and he's only gonna get stronger. So this is a worrying trend. And
oh, LLT, you're in. What have you just done?
Can he survive this? No, I don't think so.
No, he's dead. Why did he do that?
Rookie mistake. Too greedy for the wave. It's one of those ADC feelings. You see the waves, you see the potential CS, you want to scale up, you want to generate all that money, but let's first take a look. Actually, really bad engage in my opinion for GAM, because they all go and play cool.
They use everything.
Yeah, and play cool has all the mobility to get away. But on the other side, Hyo also misses his first ultimate on Kati, so both engages fail, but then it's just GAM with more staying power, with more tankiness, more DPS, especially from Levi, so makes sense for them to win the fight. And I really think ASE had a great opportunity to win this passage of play if Xin played a little bit more cautiously in the bot lane and actually used his E. But unfortunately, now GAM with a huge kill lead, they're going to get Dragon number 2, that's only making Levi stronger. So this Shyvana is getting stronger and stronger again. Are we really going to see Levi revive the Shyvana trend? I mean, I'm up for it. I'm up for it. Yeah,
I think AD Shyvana is a lot less silly than AP Shyvana.
She's still AP, though. She's just auto-attack.
Okay, auto-attack based. You know what I mean. Bruiser Shyvana is what I should say rather than AD. The old just, I'm going to throw an E, and if you don't dodge it, the fight's immediately over, was always very silly. But Cardi has been caught, uses the package, but it's not going to save him. And play cool. He's having the game of his life.
Speaking of very silly, Cardi. No. He just dodged the last engage from Hyo with ultimate in the last fight with a very nice flash, turns around the fight, then he goes back into mid lane and says, hey, I'm here for the taking. I don't have flash now, so please engage on me again. Very easy kill. 3-0 now for Playcool. Definitely want to praise him as well. And he might be the one saving grace for his team. His bot lane is still doing alright, considering it's a melee against ranged matchup, with Xin struggling immensely to keep up VCS. But the Senna is still getting some souls here and there, so we can't really just compare the CS and Senna lanes. It's Levi. Levi just wants more money.
He does. Levi's hungry. That Rift Herald will, of course, spell the doom for the tower, but they are able to evacuate. Good call there. No greed coming in from the ASE bot lane. Plates go over, shared between Levi and Style. And this is GAM just surging ahead. I said only moments ago that it was only a few hundred gold, but it's gone up to 4k.
Yeah, and Hyo is here to defend, but he doesn't even have his ultimate, so he can't do anything. They can't even stop the charge here. GAM looking more and more confident. They are just dominating the map, and this is something... I'm still a little worried about GAM, because if we look at the whole league, we are probably looking at the weakest team in the league at ASE, right? Or at least we're suspecting that they might be the weakest team. And I'm looking at these GAM mid-jungle drafts, and we just had the Kha'Zix Corki, which just didn't do anything together, and now we're going Shyvana Corki. This is... I'm really scared. If they run this into a stronger team that's able to just stand up in lanes and actually play together with a very strong mid-jungle duo, I think GAM might run into big trouble. So I'm still not convinced by their drafting so far on this split. Maybe Hanke can actually show us that this is the correct way, but so far, not the biggest fan.
Yeah, I do agree. Now, of course, there is an element of you're not being tested too hard.
Very true.
Like, are you just playing... Maybe they just want to see how Shyvana feels, that kind of thing. It's hard to read because maybe you think you can kind of win on any draft against ASE.
I think Shyvana is also a specific thing into Wukong, because Wukong is very bad into AP junglers, especially AP junglers that don't get bursted by him. And Shyvana is fast in the clear, she can 1v1 him, she can evade him constantly, and has better dragon presence as well. So I think it's also a counterpick looking at the Wukong. But still, the synergy between Shyvana and Corki double AP, with Corki having negative pressure in mid lane. I think if you run into a better team with a better jungler and a more aggressive mid laner, though Playcool has played a great game, this can really, really backfire.
But honestly, the person I'm more worried about is Carti. The fact of the matter is that, yes, Playcool has played extremely well, but Carti is giving him these openings to play, to do this. As he steps back forward, Hyo gets on top of him, and that's going to be another kill as Carti goes down. This is worrying for the GAM mid laner.
Yeah, I agree. It's too easy. And we shouldn't be too negative on GAM, because it's only the first week. They won the split. They have earned all the respect we can ever give them. They've kind of earned a few bad games as well, but still, it's something to talk about, especially with a stronger mid lane lineup for the whole split. Mid lane for a long time has been kind of the one position we worry about the most coming into international tournaments, right? We look at the mid laners, and then we have Froggy into Faker and Caps, and it's a little bit yikes, but now we have DR1 back in the league. We have Playcool, apparently, a new entry in the league with some nice mechanics. So I think mid lane is slowly looking up, and Carti can't slack off. Carti needs to be on his best behavior.
Yeah, for sure. He was when we were doing those power rankings, I don't know if you actually ended up doing one. He was the only GAM player I didn't put in S tier.
Yeah, I can see it.
He was the only one. I put Kiai. Oh, never mind. We'll have to come back to it. As he is making us eat our words, as the rest of the team do collapse on in, and Carti picks up the kill, picks up the mid tower. And look, obviously, we are sort of criticizing GAM. Oh, Easy Love, you're in so much trouble here. Does try and get the movement speed from the heel, but it doesn't matter as Kiai bears down on him. as I was saying, obviously we are criticizing GAM, but we are criticizing them, looking at them as the best team in the league versus potentially the worst. So they are still winning very hard.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing some of the rookie mistakes from ASE Esports. Just giving them too much of an opening in the mid lane here by trying to go for second Herald, which if you trade second Herald for a tower, you have already lost the trade, but you haven't even just traded it for a tower, you traded it for a tower and 2 kills, so that's really suboptimal. So I think ASE, once again, they're showing what they are. They're showing that they're a rookie team playing against the best late game, mid game and late game shot calling team in the league in GAM, so it's obvious they're going to be failing on some of those rotational plays. So I don't even really want to spend too much time criticizing them, because maybe they can actually fight their way out of this game by just very nicely played 5v5s. I like this collapse here, just calling GAM's bluff, because GAM really wanted to cheat the dragon as well, but they don't have the timers, so this dragon belongs to ASE Esports, and they've actually just claimed this objective, and this slows down GAM's snowball a little bit.
Kiaya has to buy some time here. He does get a big Nara into the wall. He's trying to walk around as Levi comes forward. The raid boss is activated. Has Cardi helping him out, but in the end they actually can't make anything happen. But I think they're about to, as the bot lane is on the way. Levi has access to that dragon form. In goes Hyo, and Cardi's just been caught out. This completely stuffs the play for GAM. They have to retreat. I don't think ASE is going to try and seize on it, but Cardi, mate, get it together.
Yeah, Elliot, they still want to go for the fight. This is so risky.
They don't have the Amumu ultimate. I don't think you can go for this. I think they just want the wave.
I think Kiaya, they were looking at Kiaya's respawn teleport timer, which is up, so I think that was where they were coming from. And they actually push ASE back, but in the end, it's still a one fight. It's a huge objective bounty. It's another shutdown over to Play Cool, so he's really, really far ahead now. And I actually want to extend some of the flame we've been giving Kati for dying continuously to Wukong ultimate to the whole team, because he should really be timing this ultimate. It's still level 10, it's a level 1 Wukong ultimate, so quite a long cooldown, all things considered. You should not be getting flanked over and over again on your immobile carries by a Wukong, so yeah, maybe another thing GAM has to work on next week. Try to keep a little bit of a closer eye on the enemy's huge CC abilities.
Yeah, 100%. So far, they really are being carried by the fact that Levi is just a complete raid boss and he's just completely unanswerable. I think that's going to remain true for the rest of this game. Obviously, GAM still very far ahead, still very much in the driver's seat, as Levi, once again, pressuring in onto Hyo and Play Cool as Elio comes in from the side, needs to get a bandage. Can't quite do it, has another chance, of course, but a good charm will make sure that he can't get anything done, regardless. It is GAM in control, GAM pushing in the wave.
Oh, but it's still many resources lost, especially Levi's ultimate. He needs to spend some time in the jungle to build this one back up. So GAM can't really fight now. And another instance where ASE has a nice disengage. Also a little bit on Elio, missing that Q. He should have definitely hit that one. There would have been 1 kill at least, maybe a Baron, potentially. Because GAM was really trying to go for a spawn kill of the Baron here after getting 2 or 3 kills. Instead, it's just Kiaya pushing the bot lane. But can he be punished?
They're going to try it. He's not too far away from Mega now. He will go Mega during this fight. Gets hit by a barrel. Gets a wallop. In comes the center ult to shield them up. He's going to go down. Levi moving in without that ultimate. Can't actually join the play. Good stuff by ASE.
And it's a free kill too. There's nothing on the map to accomplish for GAM. So GAM really a little bit losing themselves on the map, on the timers. Nothing for them to do, just pushing in waves. And this is something we always talk about. When you're too far ahead, when you've had too much success from pushing down the early towers, there comes a time in the game where you can't go for Baron, but there's nothing else on the map to do. So you just have to be a little bit more cautious on your side lane pushes, because even though Kiaya did get the tower. So in the end, even though he dies and gives up an assisted kill, it's still a positive gold trade for GAM. But you should try to get away a little bit more quickly and maybe just get the tower for free. There's not much to say about the skill, just well played. Nicely chained together. Hyo actually dodging the crucial CC, so he actually stuck to Kiaya and was able to chase him down. A little bit of assistance from Easy Love as well, so nicely done. And Xiao and LLT once again showing their synergy. That's really the one thing I'm taking away from the series, together with Playcool being a pretty good player. Jungle top synergy. It's looking great for Ace.
GAM is on Baron, though. I don't think ASE are in a position to respond. They have just been caught on the timer. That's completely free. Baron will walk away with 5 buffs. GAM, I should say, not Baron. Baron doesn't get his own buff.
Baron does not get to walk away, unfortunately.
No, Baron, he doesn't have legs. Poor guy.
Well, that was a really nice recovery play, and GAM, yeah, they're still the best macro team. They're still the best team when it comes to reading map situations, and even though they failed a little bit on that aspect the last 2 minutes, they immediately recover and shut me up with a nice Baron rush, good vision control in the first place. AS should probably have sniffed out a little bit of the movement on the map, but in the end, this Baron buff can accelerate them to another dragon that's spawning in 10 seconds, and then really set up the win condition of the Hextech Soul in about 5 minutes.
And I'm saying Playcool really should have done taken some of the Nymera advice for Ahri of just buy a Medjai's every game. Because Ahri never dies because she's too slippery. And if he'd had a Medjai's, maybe he would be able to actually deal enough damage to try and carry something in the late game. I know that's obviously a bit of a stretch, but he does feel like the hope carrier. As Carty has gone under a tower. No, never mind. It was I completely misread the colors there. Carty was the one under his own tower. A little bit too much there from LLT.
Yeah, getting countered by the stopwatch.
I just assumed Carty was under tower.
LLT actually had the damage to kill him there, especially with the Senna ult giving a shield. But the stopwatch, of course, once again being the best item in the game. And now Carty just appears on the other side of the map, and suddenly ASE's base is in shambles. They can't defend this without LLT.
Yeah, this seems like a huge mistake here. They've just been completely caught on the rotate. They're going to lose at least one inhibitor. They might be able to defend this bot one, but I don't think they can. Not with the Dragon coming over, throwing in that E. Levi's bearing down on them. Carty will get cleaned up, but it just doesn't matter. The health bars are so low here for ASE. GAM are looking absolutely resplendent as they pick up 3. They move forward. They are not even going to bother with the inhibitor. They will just to get the minion wave. And they will pick themselves up a first series win of summer in 2022. This is going to be GAM taking down ASE.
Are they?
Getting them
back
in their winning.
Maybe not.
Oh, God, they're not. They're actually not.
They still have a huge wave. Easy Love, where are you going? There's a Nexus Tower being attacked.
He's trying to draw minions away. I don't think he can do this. No, he can't. The Nexus is exposed. He's dying to minions. It will be GAM picking up their first win, getting back in the winning ways. Oh my God. Okay.
Are they? Oh, Easy Love is dying to minions. No.
Okay. Game continues.
A little bit of a silly affair.
My end of game calls today.
Cursed. So, I mean, to be fair, GAM is trolling you majorly in these 2 games by just extending the call forever. So, this was very reminiscent of GAMs of old, of 2019, if you remember that kind of GAM. The super aggressive, maybe over aggressive GAM, I'd argue. They are much more disciplined right now, but one thing they can still do is the positive side of that aggression. Just one snap of the finger and they're instantly in the enemy base, just getting 1 kill and the game's over, basically. But now, can play cool. Play it cool.
Does the double center ult. Kiaya, he's about to go mega, but they kill him before he can. Elio goes down as well, and ASE fire back.
Fortunately for them, nothing really to take. They're just going to farm some minions, get some experience, and maybe that might be enough. If LLT gets to another item, if Play Cool has another item and is able to one-shot the likes of Carty or Style in the next team fight, maybe there could be enough. We have seen some Nexus defenses actually against GAM, or by GAM against SE in their series. Yeah, just a good collapse, not much to say, very nicely done. And GAM is really showing their cards in terms of not being able to play against Wukong. The way they've been playing against Wukong has been really sad in this game, just getting caught repeatedly over and over again in every single lane, every single player, especially Kiaya. So maybe some they should go back to the drawing board and actually play some games in solo queue against some good Wukong players, because they seem really uncomfortable with his timings.
Yeah, it does seem that way. But GAM still obviously in full control. With their 7k gold lead, 2 inhibs down, they're just going to try and push in the one lane that won't do it itself.
Play cool from behind. He's trying to look at Carti again. There he is!
Yep, they found Carti. The charm doesn't land, but Carti will fall regardless. It's a good start here for ASE. Can they actually win it? No, not with Kimar like that. Kiaya goes in. Levi cleans it up. In goes Elio as well, with that Fate's Call being thrown into the backline. Easy love. Absolutely no chance of escape. LLT is the only man.
Wait, there's an open Nexus.
This time, the Nexus will go down. It is an open Nexus your way, but they're going to chase down LLT. They want to make sure that their KDAs look as perfect as they can, as Levi will pick up another kill. A triumphant return to the Dragon and a 2-0 series victory for GAM.
Not quite under 26 minutes, so they are going to be angry, which usually is a good thing, because angry GAM means very strong GAM. They get away with a 2-0 here. Not the greatest series they've ever played. I'm definitely going to say that. They still are showing some woes here and there, some reads on the champions, and especially their drafting leaves some question marks after week 1, but they got over the line, and I mean, we all expect them to be the best team, or at least one of the best teams in the league. So I think this recovery series was certainly something to get back on track in the first place.
As the VCS, the VETV broadcast will say, they certainly were able to cross the line. And with that, we're going to throw back over to our analyst desk. Rebel, Marby, Clockwork, over to you.
GAM is on the board in summer 2022. Welcome back to the VCS English Analyst Desk, as we get a chance to actually see our number one team, our projected number one team from last split, really actually get pushed, I think, past their union mandated time and go for what I guess I would call voluntary overtime, I suppose is the best way to put it, as they got pushed a little bit by one of our projected bottom teams. Even though they came up with a 2-0, I thought it was a lot closer than maybe we would have expected it walking into the series, Mobby.
Yeah, and we didn't. It definitely wasn't as much of a disaster as it was in the series against SBTC. But we still, at least I still saw struggles coming out from these solo laners, just disrespecting, going up, being in places where they got caught out, especially Cardi in that last game. But overall, it was a lot better of a performance, which meant that they were able to bring out these wins. And I'm very glad we got to see the Shyvana. It's the first time I've seen it in the jungle. This split from what I've watched. I've seen it top a couple of times in LPL, but I think it's a fantastic pick. More teams should be jumping on this and Zach, these demonic embrace abusers. Just more of this, and I think it's been such a good start from the backup, the jungle support and AD carry of GAM, that it's doing enough for the solo laners who are slumping a little bit.
Yeah, we can joke all the time about Kati forgetting how to play in Technicolor. Actually, Kiaya played a little better than the first series against SBTC, so there's that. There's back to his form. Also, one of you in the draft said that there's still this lingering problem of GAM's champion pools, but I think with this Amumu, with this Shyvana, things are starting to get a bit larger and deeper, which makes for a very interesting contender at the top. I mean, we all know GAM is going to be a contender, but it makes it harder for SBT Buffalo Cerberus to actually contest these picks. So we need to talk about endings, because this first few days of VCS, destroying a Nexus shouldn't be this hard. So teams, homework for week 2, hit crystals. That's it.
Yeah, it's just
Go.
I was just going to say, auto attack clicking is your practice. Just hit the A key and then click in a general direction would be a pretty nice start to something like that.
You can do in like practice tool. Just right click. If you're Kadi, also practice skill shot, but bonus practice.
Okay. Well, moving on, I suppose I want to talk about ASE just a little bit in passing here, because again, they're the team I think we expected to be at the bottom. They've got the most rookies. They've got the least kind of constructed roster. They pushed pretty well, and to me, the thing that I really liked about them was, again, their top jungle synergy was mentioned by Karex a couple of times. And it's not often we really get a chance to see a top and a jungler working that heavily in tandem with one another, especially with the amount of resource you would give in that sense. And I wonder if that's an identity that, again, ASE will actually stick with as we continue through the split. Because, again, I think there are bright spots in both their mid and top lane at certain points over the course of these 2 games that we've seen them in that would bode to these rookies really being kind of the rock that the rest of this team is built upon. I think the way Clockwork put it was, they're the bricks, we're just looking for the mortar right now.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think the mortar needs to come in the bot lane. A little bit of your not necessarily playing towards bot lane, but at least covering them a little bit better. We saw him attempt it once, and it was just an unfortunate time because Levi was also right there to completely destroy him. But it's because that bot lane seems to be a really big weakness right now. It was definitely the weakness of this series when it got targeted. And after Hyo and LLT stepping up, the rookies seem to have adjusted to actually playing onto the stage, but of first serious nerfs perhaps against Wales. Yeah, I think now we're looking at the spot lane and going, oh, you guys need to stop dying us so much.
Real loser of this series has been 2T. He will never see the light of day again.
That is you are right.
Play Cool. Play Cool had a monster series. Let's just say that. If I'm ASE after this series, I'm keeping Play Cool for the time being and try, to. This is what I would expect out of 2T. Actually, that he was a player that had these pop-off moments last split. Of course, still not as solid to be, to the top half, but this player really impressive. I want to see more. I want to see if his skill is enough to then carry this team. We said that top 6 does mixed playoffs, right? So it's not too unlikely for AS to actually break this line. And of course, we need to see also Wales and other teams what they're coming up with. But we were discussing in the backstage that this is not a team that looks like last split BDS or Flash. They're here to play. They're young, so not crashing out of the gate like the first iteration of Buffalo. But I like this team so far.
Yeah, for what we consider to be probably the 8th place team, I actually really like ASE as well. I talked about it in a couple of previous splits that it seems like the talent, not necessarily at the top, but at the bottom of the league, continues to get better and better here inside of the VCS, to the point where now I don't think it would be unreasonable to say that ASE could even take games off of just about any team in the league within reason, right? Like, obviously, GAM is going to be really good. Most of these teams are really talented, but that's not to say that ASE is just completely counted out in any given specific series. I do also wonder if they continue to have problems in their bottom side, if Easy Love gets swapped out for another rookie that they've gotten Uzi, which would be pretty funny because it's Uzi with an O at the front of it, which would be another entertaining addition. One way or another, that is certainly the case. I think that just about wraps up our first series here, and we've done it in, I wouldn't say record time for VCS, but probably just about record time. It seems we have about an hour and 28 minutes until we kick off our second series of the day, which is going to be that matchup between SE Esports, our SBTCs, who are big-time chickens, and Genius Esports, who stepped out in week 1 with a loss. So we'll get a chance to see whether or not SBTC, who beat GAM in week number 1, can continue their winning ways up against another one of these squads. One way or another, stick around because we'll be back in just a bit of time, about an hour and 27 minutes with our second series of the day. I don't do the pause anymore.
Welcome back, everyone, to Series 2. Rebel lied to you. We don't have to wait 1.5 hours anymore. They actually just give us Series 2 in no time whatsoever, so I'm very happy to step in. Rebel is going to take to the casting desk, and just a little switcheroo, because we want to give you some different voices when we're both on. But yeah, welcome back, Clock and Marby, for Series 2. And I think this one should be a little bit closer than our first one. The first one, yeah, we looked at the schedule and it was, everyone assumed this is going to be a 2-0. But then again, SPTC kind of stomped GAM. So, Clockwork, I'm going to you first. Overreaction after the first 2.5 days. Is SPTC going to win VCS? Are they going to go undefeated?
Okay, those are two different questions. I'm going to answer the second first. Undefeated? No. There's a lot of how they play, especially team fights. They still leave a lot of openings. So it's not completely clean team. They have good elements. They have massive performance on Dia and on Emperor. So this is definitely a hot team. Not definitely going to be an undefeated one. Stuff is going to happen and they are going to be challenged at some point. Winning VCS, not unlikely. I would like to see them contest up to the top, and it definitely seems that at least Saigon Buffalo will have another opponent on their way to the top.
And Marby, I'm going to frame the same kind of question a little bit differently and ask you about it. Do you think they are the best team of the league right now?
It's so hard to say, because you can look at, say, Cerberus and argues, I mean, Cerberus had a much cleaner series against Saigon Buffalo, but at Buffalo compared to GAM, how good are they? It's about stacking these teams up, and I feel like maybe they have from what we've seen, they've had the highest peak, but a little bit less consistent, again, because they play these team fights quite aggressively, quite flippy. They are the most VCS team that we've seen from traditional VCS style from these teams so far.
Yeah, so they are contending for best team. They beat GAM, the first team the whole year that has beat GAM, at least in the VCS stage. Actually, SPTC, I believe, already beat them in C Games in one of those qualifying matches. In the end, GAM, of course, still came out on top in the C Games qualifier and then in C Games itself. But let's turn our eyes away from GAM and just look at SPTC against Genius Esports, because there's one storyline in particular that just springs out. If you just look at the roster for these two teams, you can't overlook Dia1 returning from a ban against Yijin returning, what a coincidence, from a ban. They try to go together, they have met in finals before, but it's basically the prince that was promised, the most hyped mid laner for, let's say, 2 years, 2019, 2020, even parts of 2021, in Dia1, that never won a title, against the silent achiever that never really got that much praise from the community, playing up against Levi, but silently actually stacking titles. He's a 3-time champion of the VCS. So, Marby, let's start with you. What are your expectations for Yijin coming back?
He's definitely not at the level he was when he won that last split on Flash. He has languished a little bit in VCSB, and he's come back. He's fine in a sense. He was a little bit more aware of the map, and he showed that against Penguin, where they had much better objective control overall than Team Secret, and that is what managed to snag them a game. But overall, fairly mediocre performance, I would say. I'm not excited for Yijin by any means. I think he's sitting right around the middle of the jungle pack, especially with great performances from Leash coming out of nowhere.
And Clockwork, you can take the Dia1 part, the more exciting part maybe for now. What do you expect of Dia1? Maybe considering also what you've seen against Kati in Series 1.
Right, so definitely Dia is the most exciting player out of this week. Not only because, as you said, it's a returning player that is absolutely monstering his return to the Rift, but also he's doing it in his own style, which is also very different from what he used to play in the past, because he's had this Gragas and Swain game that are very niche. So he's already bringing in not only refreshed skills, but also a new identity, which is crucial to also to define what SBTC is going to play through the split, because they will, of course, take part in shaping up from Dia's skills. So I'm really eager to see how these teams turn out and how they choose to play around him and to make him shine as much as possible.
And we are
there's
going
also-
to jump into draft very quickly. Sorry to interrupt you. You can maybe elaborate a little bit later, but we need to actually follow the draft because VETV is blazing through
Rush.
this one. So let's go into draft for game 1. SE on the blue side, GE on the red side. Very confusing names, especially with this font, I have to say. You can barely pick them apart, but just look at the chicken. General rule of thumb, where the chicken is, it's probably where all the band people are as well. But yeah, so Marby, what do you expect to see from the chickens in game 1 in terms of picks and bans?
So I expect to see fairly basic drafting across the board until maybe these solo lanes where that's going to be priority, getting them good lane matchups, because we saw just how strong they were into their opponents against GAM. But that said, they also played they played a lot of these fairly not weak side bot lanes. Like they had a Felios and Tristana, which were a bit more not so much lane dominant but pulled back. They did also pull out the close throw Mumu, so they've shown that they can play through the bot lane. And getting an early bot lane is definitely on the cards for them.
Can someone please tell me where Seraphine is in VCS? She's ultra broken. Please, someone pick
Doesn't do
Seraphine.
damage.
Are you asking for someone in the VCS to play enchanters? That's never gonna happen. But also, what's gonna happen is that as you saw Emperor flashing a Riven, this is a player that will never turn down a matchup where he can pick Fiora, Riven, even Kayle, all these like 1v1 side laners. Those are his best niche of champions, and they are all kind of viable at the moment. So that's a very cool spot for him to pick. But of course, this is going to happen probably in the second phase. Not as confident to pick him to pick any of them blindly like this. The Gnar has already been shown, so there's an angle, for example, also on Irelia. So this is a very good spot for SBTC to put all the cards in the Emperor deck.
Nah, definitely feels a lot more like something more of a takeaway than a actual lock-in for Coda, because Emperor was absolutely mental on that in the first series. But yeah, there we go, just that lock-in of the bot lane, making sure that it's locked down. But gee, Seri made its way through and they've picked themselves up a pretty solid bot lane to work with.
A little scary though. Zeri Renata into Kalista and Amumu. I see a lot of potential for engages and early 2v2 kills from the side of Celebrity in this support, but maybe Zeri can scale into the late game. Not the most exciting draft so far, and we see some bans aimed at maybe that potential counter pick from Enper that we brought up, Clockwork. Already one of those Aurelias we've seen today, but I think in the hands of Enper we can put a little bit more confidence on this kind of champion. So I'm excited what he's going to bring out today, because his first performance, the first series against Kiaya, truly took my breath away. He just solo killed 2 people back to back. He had 2 double solo kills. So he's leading all the charts of solo kills, I think, for per game solo kills. Probably something like 2 or 3. But what do you want to see in this game, Clockwork, from the side of Enper?
Okay, so I'm gonna say this out loud because I know this is VCS, so I don't want to see Jace. I know that VCS teams always have these options, and I don't want to see it. That said, for example, the Riven would be very great in this spot. Genius didn't remember that Emperor plays the champion, so there's still an angle to play that. Anything else that's missing on SBTC's mid lane. So if they choose to go for an AD carry style champion like the Riven, I don't know, like the Fiora also, then this allows for one of those good picks that we have seen, like off tank from Dia. Also the Lissandra still open, even if Ari has been banned. So there's a lot of options. SBTC has a whole buffet of champions that they can choose from, and now what's the Rek'Sai?
So coming in pretty much as just a direct counter to the Lee Sin, I would imagine, but lock in that counter pick for SBTC, and if I'm them, I just go Swain. Swain is just so damn strong.
Right.
A lot of teams just aren't prioritizing it for some reason outside of LPL, who are all on board that Swain train. I feel that's the way to go. Lissandra kind of fills a similar role and has been showing pretty effective stuff in like Korea, so maybe that's the route D1 wants to take, slightly safer.
Ooh!
Okay, so
Oh, should they
I'm
already
going to
have
be a
one?
bit critical here. So despite predicting this like last two picks, I still think SPTC is a bit low on damage. They have great card control, which pleases a Dota fan like me, but they really need to get things going in the mid game, because otherwise late game they're going to lack damage.
And my analysts are smurfing out of their minds. Two very nice predictions here with the Swain, well, on the other side, but still, the Swain prediction, last pick Swain for Blazes, and then also the very nice Fiora call out for Emperor, so very proud of you too. I see a lot of problems with the SPTC draft in terms of range, I have to say, and yeah, GE bringing pretty standard deck of champions. Maybe Heejin on the Rek'Sai is a little bit unusual. Mabi, I'll give you first choice. Which of the two? Choose one of the two teams and talk to me about the win conditions.
So a lot of SBTC's team fight is very Wombo centric in a way. Like, you have a lot of good lockdown to come through. And if you can burst something off and get those passive procs from the Lissandra, that should be enough to help carry your damage through a fight. Unfortunately, going up into a Swain with this sort of composition hurts a lot, as well as going into a Renata, so I don't think it works out for them quite as well as it should.
And Clockwork, quick prediction and maybe a few win conditions for SPTC.
Yeah, I do agree with Mabi. SPTC lack this damage to actually deal with the Swain and the range to deal with the Zeri. So it's very hard to actually get a win if they go past like 30 minutes. They absolutely need to focus on the bot lane and make Zeri not a menace, enable Kalista to take over mid game, and then the objectives, and then they can proceed to scale. Maybe with the Fiora in a side lane and the Lissandra as well. So yeah, side lanes, objectives and side lanes.
So, both of my analysts predicting a little bit of a race against the clock for SPTC side. They've been very impressive against GAM, but GE also putting in some decent performances, especially from behind against Team Secret, one of their games. So maybe we are heading into that kind of territory again, and it's my distinct pleasure to reintroduce Carrix to the Rift and also give Rebel the mic for the first time on the cast this season. So take it away.
Thank you, Yue. I'm always happy to have more and more color casters come alongside me. And Rebel is certainly one of my favorites. What do you think about these team comps? SBTC rocking a very interesting look.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't like anything about SPT's composition. Actually, that's not true. I like one thing about SPT's composition, or SE's composition, and that's Emperor on the Fiora top lane. That's really cool, right? That's a pick that Emperor can shine on. That's a pick that Emperor is like known for and has been able to kind of express skill with in the past. Other than that, I'm not in love with any of it, right? It feels like DNK needs to get active really early. Hard to do against Yijin, especially with this Rek'Sai that he showed inside of the promotion tournament and did really, really amazing things with, as well as trying to gank for like. You've got so much kind of mobility on Slater, on the Zeri pick. Really hard to get going against Blazes if Blazes Swain decides to come out of the gate and is able to like get out of the first gank or so without really too much of an effect. I slowly lose the ability to believe that SE's team fight is going to be powerful enough to really push through all of this power that GE is going to have when they start doing the exact same thing after only like the first item spike.
What is going on?
Shenanigans, that's what's going on. Oh, wait.
They were fake leashed.
They
fake
pulled blue so that you could get Rek'Sai the level 2, and now DNK he's boned, right? He's stuck in this jungle. There's no way. They have to like 50-50 flop this.
This is an absolutely ridiculous start to the game. Both teams had a plan going. There's a handshake. DNK will get yanked in. He's ignited. See you later, mate. First blood over to BioB.
Yeah, as I was saying before anything had started, I actually have a lot of faith in BioB and Bizbo as a player. I think he's really, really good. And right there, I was trash talking a little bit in the pregame lobby. We're right there actually using this really effectively. I think it was a creative plan from GE. I don't know if this is something they prepped from scrims. I don't know if it's something that they've seen before as an invade coming out with this DNK Lee Sin. But obviously they were prepared for it. Again, pulling the blue, getting the free level 2 for Yijin already made this really, really difficult for the side of the chickens to really attempt to pull off. And so afterwards, again, that Flash Ignite getting dropped from BOB, it's just miraculous. It's an amazing early game start for the squad.
And this seems like a real disaster to me, because you were saying they need to get rolling early. DNK needs to get in the lane, stop this Swain from scaling up, stop Zeri from having a free laning phase. And now he's so far behind. This seems like an absolute masterstroke from the geniuses.
It absolutely is. Yeah, I think it defends your bottom side, right? It does force the NK to start on the top side as well, because you have no idea where Yijin is. And Yijin could have been level 3 about the time that DNK was going to re-enter his jungle, and that was a very terrifying prospect, so he can't walk the bottom side. So now he's going to path into bottom, he's going to find his camp still available, and at that time, like, G is going to be more than defensible. They're going to have their abilities on bottom side. And it opens up for an attempted play against Emperor on top side, an attempted play to set up your Swain. And again, slowly these lanes start to get clamped off. They get prevented from really having any negative effect against them, which is genius from the side of GE here. They'll live up to their namesake for sure if they're able to make sure that, again, DNK is shut out of this early game.
Yeah, 100%. They know exactly where Yijin is as well. We did see, DNK, I should say. When they know exactly where he is, Yijin did move in, pop that Scryer's blue. So they're playing with 100% knowledge. I don't think there's a real gank angle for him either. You see Blazers is playing extremely defensive. He's just TP'd back to lane. The bot lane as well, super far back. There's really no angle in there unless you want to dive, which against a Renata is always a little bit fraught with danger. Where do you even start to get back in this?
Really, I think the best place DNK can go is probably mid lane. Not only is Swain relatively immobile, so it's a place where like DNK could find some potential options, but also you've got more than enough CC lockdown, like especially when the ultimate's online for Dia 1, that if you bust the Lissandra out of lane, then you get a Lee Sin Lissandra combination, which have a bunch of catching power into these side lanes. That's probably the best bet. But again, that window closes so quickly, especially once like Mandate is up and going for the side of Blazes. Once he's got a bit of health, readily available, it makes it so difficult for Blazes to go down to even some of the ganks coming out from DNK and Dia 1 when they're down this much resource, when DNK has to find it back only just now, way behind where Yijin is at. And so again, slowed down the pacing of the early game, not able to break out mid lane. All these options for SE are getting dwindled away.
It really, really is. And this Swain is something I'm really going to be looking at, because I feel like, we've talked about our issues with the SBTC comp, but I really like that you essentially present two very different kinds of threats in the Swain and a Zeri. You have this hypermobile, little annoying fly of Zeri, and then they go, well, we've got a Lissandra ult for it. It's like, yeah, okay, but if you Lissandra ult that, what do you do about the guy that just walks at you with a machine gun that is essentially Swain? He doesn't actually have a gun, but his damage is kind of just, he just walks at you, right?
Yeah.
It's so hard to address both of these kinds of threats.
Ooh. Actually, in the top side, look at a gank setup there, potentially coming through. It was well played from Emperor because he doesn't get stun out. Yeah, because Yijin then has to wrap around and the wave's going to come in. So unless they want to go for a dive, which is a little harder to manage on this patch, things go pretty well, especially because Emperor's just dodging all this damage. But returning to the Swain point, my one and only complaint I have about this Swain in a game like this is if he goes Mandate, they are low on magic damage, and also BOB can't really build Mandate because then you're doubling up on the item and you're not getting the same kind of value. So unless it's an attempted like Shirelia's coming out of your Renata, like I feel as though the Imperial Mandate maybe didn't have to be built. You could have gone for like Rylai's into Leandries or something and just been a massive health loss.
It looks like Mandate.
Yeah,
that fairy gun tells me
that's the problem, man. That's my one complaint of everything here. But outside of that one little thing, that if they end up doubling itemization, that's a mistake. Or if you build Shirelia's, like Shirelia's just not as good probably as what BOB could have gotten if you just had Rylai's and you had Blazes run into the front line. But other than that, everything else for GE's here good.
I definitely don't disagree, but I do think giving a Gnar Rek'Sai Swain, a Shirelia's is not the worst result.
No,
ever. I definitely don't disagree. But here we go. The Demonic Ascension has come out from Blazers. 3v2 in the river at the moment, but Yijin reckons, though, the good odds. The Blazers still trying to deal as much damage as he can. Still has access to the Demon Flare. There it is. The kill on DNK has come in. Slater bearing down on Vin Boys. And Genius. They were outnumbered, but not outgunned.
So easily able to kind of come up river. And it was SE who ran out of cooldowns before they really knocked enough health off of Blazes to actually mean anything. And because of that, now you've got, like, again, bottom lane has been saved at least a little bit. Vinboys and Palette should be in a position where they could try to set up for ganking and things for DO1 and DNK. But the more of these plays that happen ends up opening up Slater and BOB to the rest of the map. You're getting early game objectives coming out from the side of GE, which would be something. This is the one place they're finding something.
He can't quite get those last two vitals. Tried his best there. Didn't burn his flash, which is good. Only used the grand challenge. And potentially, I don't think he can quite set up a freeze here, but he can get the wave into a very nice position for himself.
Very difficult to try to break this. It is all range minions, so I think it's going to be a little bit difficult to hold. I was actually curious because it looked like they had a kill angle here on Blazes because they had a very short kind of play there. Oh, Blazes has Spellbook and went Cleanse, and so he cleansed out of it. I was wondering how he got out of the CC as fast as he did, which is a really creative use of that because, again, Cleanse is so good into this composition. And right there, they just didn't have the catching power. Yeah, it was a lot, too.
Oh, okay.
And another kill.
During the replay, Vinboys has died. VCS Classic.
What are we to do? And it's another setup from, like, again, Yijin playing this Rek'Sai, which is a very unique champion to Yijin, combined with some of the CC coming out of BOB being, at least from what I've seen so far, one of our better Renatas inside of the league, because no one's really showed it. I think Taki played it yesterday and it went pretty well, but outside of that one kind of Enchanter play, we don't get many of them. As right here, it's the catch. It's Yijin and Slater jumping over the wall. Never mind, it wasn't even BOB. I thought it was BOB there, but it was actually Slater.
I mean, look, you can criticize Vinboys however you like, but he expected some champions to have to respect walls. Foolish in the year 2022, of course.
Rek'Sai's from like 2018.
Nah, she got reworked.
Oh, my bad. She's from also 2014 or something like that.
Yeah, she's very old.
It's been a while.
But regardless, he did get caught out. Good play there by Genius, and it's given them up to about a 2k gold lead now. And first crack at this Rift Herald, though it doesn't look like they want to actually commit towards it.
They have all this like AoE teamfight potential with the Amumu and also with the Lysandra for DL1. And I'm surprised we haven't really seen them try to take advantage of it. Instead, they just keep getting picked apart by Yijin. That was well played.
That was very well done. Enpa's an absolute gun. I know Marby was singing his praises, and I have to agree with her, because Enpa is an absolute gun. Slater could be in some trouble here. Needs to try and find a way out, but they've actually just turned on to BOB. He might have just spent his flash to save his ADC. Because I think where the wave is now, Slater's just going to move forward. He pops the ultimate. He just murders Vinboys. He doesn't care at all. DNK can't get the Sonic Wave onto him. Look at all the damage coming out. But DNK gets the kill regardless. The Visions of Empire help out. Oh my word, what a play from Slater to get a 1-for-1.
Yeah, really, really well played. As well as like the top side setup. Oh, there's Emperor actually getting something back on the top side of the map as the Rift Herald was taken. So good on Emperor to find at least something in the midst of everything. But again, it's Jihu who kind of come up spades in this entire situation.
Jihu. But yeah, let's look at Slater here. Slater knows that he is basically stuffed. He's against an Amumu ult. There's a Fate's Call. He just goes forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice because BOB also kind of played with their spacing right there, because if they stand too far forward or if they go too far into tower, he pops ultimate, and then immediately Slater can come back to that, and they can kind of disengage the whole situation. And again, this was while Rift Herald was going on. This was the attempted counterplay. It's just under tower coded. That's just a boneheaded mistake right there, and punished it really well.
Very good stuff there by Empire. Really good timing on the riposte. The Gnar animation, you have time to react, but it's certainly not super easy. So always good to see this guy has his mechanics on point. Blazers doing some damage to DR1, but he is still just chilling in the mid lane. Has gone that... sorry about that. Has gone that mandate, so not your favorite itemization option, but certainly not particularly weird.
Yeah, I mean, who cares at this point? The big thing is, like, you get extra damage for Slater. Slater can pop off and fight. Slater's already got gold ready to go. Even Yijin can kind of patch that up in the midst of this mid game because he went for the Prowler's Claw. So in the middle of the game now, there's no armor really sitting on just about anybody on this squad of SPTC. So easy enough for him to be able to pick them apart as well inside of any kind of individual duel, which he's been
Blazers pops the Ascension. He's got the exhaust from that spellbook as he bears down on Dia1, needs another E. The self-ultimate comes in time, but that Demon Flare is charging. It's not quite good enough, but Yijin is as he jumps out of the earth, takes down the Lissandra. DNK will boot him under tower, flashes Prowler's Claws, and DNK trades it back.
Finally, they get at least something back in return. It took pretty much everything from Dia1 Ultimate and Flash included, as well as Flash and Ultimate from DNK, just to get the 1-for-1 right there between everything.
Very low.
Okay, very low. I think we'll have a chance to back here. Coded is going to have to go into melee, so this is another riposte angle if Coded decided to jump in or throw a rock at him. All right.
He's going to go for it. Oh, that lunge misses.
That's pretty big, actually.
He doesn't cool down back. I don't think Coded has an angle.
No, not anymore. If the W hits, maybe you can actually chain those together and not have to worry about it. Here's the play in the mid lane, though, is again, Swain just barreling down CC into Dia1. You can't even get away with the E. The exhaust, again, that spellbook coming up great for Blazes here in the mid lane. And were it not for that one ultimate, that certainly would have been another.
Hang on a minute, we come back into live as the Fates Call has been used, but the Fates Call is all we'll see. As the bot lane, all 4 ultimates used, but a Herald summoned up should be getting them 2 plays.
Oh, okay. Yeah, DNK is just here on the defense. They should get just the 2 and not pretty much anything more, as it looks like they're completely fine with that, all things said and done. It's like 1,500-2,000 K that we've been sitting around for GE, but again, to me, their composition does so much better later on because you've got all this hyper mobility on Slater. He's got Cleanse and Flash. He's got Peel from Renata. Like, how are you supposed to actually lock down Slater outside of Dia1? And you actually made mention of the fact that you've got Coded in Blazes there too. So it's like if you put everything into making sure Slater goes down by burning every tool in your capacity to make sure the CC gets there, you got 2 other massive team fighters you have to worry about afterwards that really are going to be able to help pick up the slack. So for me, GE, they're still in a very comfortable position. The only big thing is that SE, again, they've been able to stay within striking distance of gold, which is positive to make sure that, like, if an opportunity is given by GE, like a bad Rift Herald fight or a bad call somewhere, they, SE can try to punish them in that sense.
They definitely can, as Enper and Coded continue to have a bit of a biffo up in the top lane, but neither of them are actually looking for a kill at the moment, just farming back and forth. Enper, I mean, he could still become a very big side lane threat. I do think if he continues to get ahead, becomes a big monster, maybe they struggle to stop him, but it feels like team fights are so hard to navigate just because you have to, there's something we've talked about a couple of times, but I think it's important, is the diversity of threats in that Zeri operates on the fringes of fights and Swain stands in the middle and your arms aren't long enough. How do you grab them both?
It's very difficult, especially when you got a diver to worry about and like Yijin, who could easily get back and try to blow up Vin Boys in the course of a fight, or even DNK, knock them up in the way. Coded is still menacing when he's humongous, and you're still worried about the entire time that if Enper decides to run into a fight, doesn't have the repose for the ultimate from BOB, then he's just going to kill all of his own teammates, and there's nothing they can really do about it. So even if he's powerful, has to be really careful about the Renata ultimate to really get things done as well as.
DNK in trouble. He flashes forward, uses that Demon Flare, and the final bit of damage from Yijin will get the kill as once again Blazers leads the charge.
And there's 3 members actually in mid lane. In fact, there's a full cover coming through from Amumu, and that's going to open up Slater to actually get bottom tower because nobody is down there to catch anything, which was almost expected, but that's another ramification of losing this mid laner right here, is that you're worried about potentially mid lane tower getting brought down, having something happen to it if they overload in that position. And so they have to come to the defense of that, which opens up, once again, Zeri, Slater, being able to get more gold, all off the back of Blazes, being able to use this Swain so effectively, catching that out. And a nice flash. It was stolen with a Prey Seeker, which I'm a little upset about. Yijin, man, you don't need the kills. Come on, dude. Just give some to the rest of your team.
Yeah, I mean, true.
I think this is like a pittance. Like this is just me memeing Yijin more than anything else.
Of course. Yeah. I mean, Yijin and stealing things from his teammates, maybe it just makes sense. As Enper is being harassed, can't quite get his back off, as Coded is being a little bit of a gremlin. We'll actually force him to stay in lane now with another wave crashing in without that teleport. is down in CS for the Fiora, so not a great position, but it looks like Second Herald should be fairly confident here for SE.
Easy enough. And the thing is, like, SE hasn't really been playing around these neutral objective setups super effectively, which, again, is surprising because they've got this massive team fight AoE that they can work with, right? When you've got a Moo, when you've got Kalista ultimate, when you've got Lysandra as a champion, even the Dragon's Rage kick are all fantastic tools for hitting multiple members of the team. And early on, again, before Blazes gets onto second item, before Slater gets onto second item, there's still a window where you've got enough base damage on the squad to potentially look for it. They've just had the door kind of closed in their face every time they've had that opportunity because GE has never played that game against them. SPTC made this happen really effectively against GAM, where they looked for 3+ person fights. They looked for these big scraps rather than looking for individual moments where GAM potentially could use their own individual skill or just a couple of players at a time. And those big skirmishes were what really led to their success. Obviously, GE picked up on that, and they're denying them that kind of possibility.
And to build on that, I think we have to give a shout out to whoever the shot caller is or even the coaches for reading that, because that level 1 play sort of put paid to that game plan right off the jump, because how can you possibly go for 3v3 skirmishes when your Lee Sin is behind a Rek'Sai?
Yeah, Lee Sin's behind a Rek'Sai, but then also Yukipile, like, bottom lane doesn't have a bunch of priority because you were able to get that kind of wrestled away. And your 2 lanes were also really effective because DNK was set behind. There's nowhere that you could kind of set the dominoes to start. So like you said, they would be able to find any of these big skirmishes to be able to kind of construct the rest of their game plan around. So once again, GE, we're singing their praises pretty effectively. Walking into the split, I think it was easy to see how this roster could have been good, right? You had the solo lanes from Luxury, who at one time were a very solid team. Coded in Blazes, I don't think we're ever touted as like the really bad problem with that roster necessarily. You see Slater, you see Yijin, you see players that have had really storied kind of pasts here in the VCS, and you go, wow, this roster could be really good. And beating SE here this early in the split, especially after their win against GAM, would be really humongous for them to be able to walk out of this first week having beaten another team that took such a monumental win.
Oh, it's an absolute statement if GE can take a series over SE. Of course, they've still got to win this game. It's only 19 minutes in. We don't want to give the illusion that this one is done and dusted. Of course, we play best of 3s in the VCS as well. But still, this has been pretty fantastic, to say the least. Is DNK spotted by that Rek'Sai vision?
Oh, okay. Not gonna have to worry about it. He's a little terrified of what happens with that brush. Yeah. Also, both these teams appear to be incredibly affected by the recession right now in terms of League of Legends, because of course our damage got reduced very, very effectively. So the damage economy is just in the pits right now. We only have 9 kills, Carrix. What is going on?
What is this league? Give it back, Riot. As Enpa has 2 men bearing down on him, pops the grand challenge, but doesn't actually block any CC. They play that one perfectly, and he gets absolutely rocked.
Perfect use of the S key from Coded and Yijin right there, because both of them see the repose come out. If even one of them gets tagged by it, there is a possibility that at minimum you're going to have the mobility as Emperor with the Q and the flash afterwards to be able to get out of that situation. If not, turn it in your favor to potentially get a 1-for-1 or make it very close to a 1-for-1. So well played by them to be able to hold that. Colette really feeling it right now.
Blazes flies in as he finds one bit of CC, immediately decides to launch in. Yijin following up as well with that ultimate. Palette incredibly low, but it'll be Yijin that dies first. The Renata roll goes across the entire enemy team. These health bars are anemic as Blazes gets brought back to life with the bailout. Slater over the wall. He wants this kill. Shield bow not good enough as DNK will take him down. And GE looks like they've gone just a little bit too high.
Okay, here comes Enper.
Oh, Enper bearing down Fiora. You know she wants this. Uses the repose to get away from that Swain. Eve Coded with an ineffective Nara into the wall as well. DNK coming in. Can't land the Sonic Wave. Enper, though, he still reckons he's got this one with a flash forward. He goes under tower and Blazes will just about survive until DNK comes in to clean him out. And this is the VCS we want. This is the rough and tumble as DNK goes in. The flash away from Coded keeps him alive, but only for a moment before it's BioB, the only man left alive, as we go back to the VCS that we love.
Needless fighting out of nowhere. Maybe has a potential to try to pull the mid tower, but it's an incredible bit of fights. And I think you said it best. GE had so much going for them, so much the health bars pulled off, and yet somehow SE are still able to walk out with a decent fight that doesn't quite go in their favor. I don't think it really ends up winning for them because they lost that mid tower in exchange. They lost a number of members in exchange. But yeah, it was way too aggressive positioning, which again leads to basically nothing. Both these teams, the Baron buff is up. Neither one of them could even sniff that area to set it up whatsoever. This was the attempted push. They get so much damage on Paulette. He gets pulled out with that Fate's Call. And then afterwards, again, the Amumu ultimate locks them up under tower. Yijin and Blaze is so close. Here's the stopwatch that's going to prevent the kill from going through. Still haven't brought down Paulette before even the first kill goes through to the side of GE. And it took them so long to capitalize on all of these members going down. Slater also going just way too aggressively right here. That could have been the cutting point where they say we take a 2-for-1, we take mid tower, we get everything else. And then Emperor, of course, teleporting on the backside of the fight. Also gets a little too fancy here, also gets a little too far up inside of the fight, but DNK helps bail him out by being the assisted support in the grand scheme of things. Again, it's not too much, it's traded back on both sides there, but again, ultimately that mid tower did make its sway into the favor of GE. I don't think we can hear Garrix. I don't know if Garrix is still here or not, but I'll just keep talking.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I was saying, I
you're
needed to catch my breath. I needed to catch my breath after that last play, but not that long. As they have gone in, the Visions of Empire slowed them down. Dia1 has been caught out, has that self-ultimate, but there's a Renato Gas just zoning them away. Vinboys is the next target. Can he get over the wall? He cannot. And he goes down.
And now they can work their way back towards this Baron buff kit. They've got the 5k advantage. They had 3k before this, so that's some spent gold that they're really able to accomplish. This is going to be the Baron buff. I think if you're the side of SE, they don't have much of a way to steal it. DNK is going to try. I think a better play would actually be to go to Dragon right now. They are going to
yeah, but they pick up the kill. This is a Lee Sin. I hate 50-50ing against Lee Sin because that Q, you can never keep him out of the pit. Yeah, I think you can't 50-50 this. I don't think you get Baron. I think Coda just lost them.
Yeah.
As Enpa now in some trouble, doesn't die to the Rek'Sai ult, should have another dash coming in, uses the W, gets a little bit of healing, gets another one off the Vital as well, but Slater should be able to hunt him down eventually. There we go, finally. Mm-hmm. So they pick up a kill, but they still can't get that Baron.
No, they can't. No, although I think turning down to Dragon ends up being beneficial for them. Because again, taking a Baron this early, unless you're able to really knock down structures, really use it to get a gold advantage, doesn't mean much. DNK with a very bold jump in onto Blazes, and again, a very bold jump in onto Blazes, just ticking off some of his health bar, I suppose, as they're going to try to wrestle back favor of this bottom side. Emperor's still down for 20 seconds, won't have the TP when he's back up. That means if GE can actually get into Dragon Pit, it should still be their objective, which I think is the intention here, because then they can put a 5-minute timer on the Ocean Soul, which would then forces SE into a position where they have to fight when they're down this much gold.
It's an interesting little turn of events, as that will be Soul Point now picked up for GE. And Ocean Soul, I almost think is the best soul in this particular game. As Shirelius comes out as well, they want to hunt over towards SE, force them away from the Baron. But I feel like, how do you ever kill Blazers with an Ocean Soul?
Super difficult to do. Not only with the slows, it's already hard enough to kill Blazes in the first place, let alone try to get anything else. That would make him an absolute menace and make him near impossible to bring down. It would require Emperor getting so much more damage than what he has right now. Which is the attempt at the moment of just trying to get the split push up and going right now for the side of SE, just making sure he can pull side towers, get some of the bounties and such into the Fiora. But again, that's pretty much if that's your one faith, is hoping that maybe DNK can get a solid kick and then you can chain it into more attacks and such. It's going to be real difficult to try to actually capitalize on that.
Yeah, I completely agree. And with GE currently having full control of the top side of the river, there are some sneaky wards. There is the Scuttle Crab as well for SE, so there's not going to be sneaked Barons, but SE don't really have a huge amount of options at the moment. I feel like they are still the team that needs to be doing things, and there's just nothing for them to do. A tower will go over to GE. Yeah, it's just an outer, but gold is gold. This is hard.
It's really hard. Yeah, I think SE, again, they missed so much of a window at the beginning of the game. Not only that level 1, but also just not finding many objectives to start with, not being able to capitalize on your 5-on-5. It really goes against what our expectation for this team's successes were going to be. They're going to muscle their way into mid lane as they're losing their top inner tower as well. Like, it continues to push. There's almost no way that they can full commit into like a mid inner, so it does end up being just a tradable and a Swain, but they get something back, I suppose.
I actually really like this from SE. Obviously, it looks bad because they lost 2 towers to 1, but I think getting that mid tower down, breaking the outer ring, gives you so much more room for your Lee Sin to play with. I actually think that's really, really important.
Yeah, it's valuable. It's one of the more valuable towers to a lot of teams to be able to utilize for specifically that purpose of being able to kind of use some of the shallow vision around neutral objectives, being able to push your mid wave just a little bit further so that you can walk into the opposing jungle and contest. It's also useful for trying to eventually set up split pushing because, again, that shallow vision is something incredibly valuable to make sure you've got so that Emperor does some very good things that the Fiora ends up being a win condition they want to operate on. They're down 5k. They're on about 3 items. Infinity Edge just got finished for Slater. Blazes also just finished the stopwatch. If it wasn't already impossible to kill Blazes, it's gotta be impossible now, right? Like, he's got Exhaust. He's got every defensive summoner that you could ever possibly want here on the side of GE, which is why the team fight, they're going to try to jump him ahead of it.
Yeah, but I don't think they went far enough with that Fates Call. Palette will pop the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but that just does not keep the Crow back as he bears on forward. The Renata ultimate will turn Callista around as well. Only 1 kill at the moment, but Palette is extremely low, and they're getting corralled. Yijin can spring the trap, throws a Prey Seeker. Dia1's going to come out of that stopwatch, actually managing to do a nice play there to buy himself some time, but not enough as Yijin goes gold to get away from Enpa. Enpa on the run. Only the 2 kills picked up for GE, so maybe not a death blow, but a mortal wound nonetheless.
I like that they focused on mid tower here. I almost wish that they would have gone for another one because I don't think that they want a 50-50. Like you had said, maybe they feel uncomfortable, especially with DNK piloting his Lee Sin and being in a comfortable position to try to make these executes happen, that if they don't think that they can actually take this Baron without the necessity of Yijin, they might actually not feel safe to do any of this at all. It's Coded and Yijin on the outside of the pit to make sure DNK, he's just going to go down.
I mean, well, if DNK is going to jump into the middle of 2 members, I don't think they have to worry about him very much.
No.
As that will be a Baron for GE.
He's just trying to make an approach happen. They have no vision. He's trying to find a way around the backside of the fight, and they catch him out. It was just well kind of thought out right there from GE, as it appears the entire game really has been. It seems like the game plan has just been there time and time again for this team. The only thing that they're currently missing is that Ocean Soul. They've got about 45 seconds to the back, and the Baron timer should help. This was the attempted pick. I don't hate it necessarily. It's just that you saw that there were 3 members already here, so it was a 3v3 into Blazes on the initial engage. If this is like only Blazes or even just Blazes and 1 other member, and you can kind of capitalize on this quickly if DNK is around, maybe you get a full execute, maybe Blazes goes down, and then you feel comfortable fighting for something. But ultimately, again, Blazes didn't even drop below half health before anything else. Like, you just can't have faith that this fight is going to go effectively for you.
Yeah, I also think going... The Amumu, I think, is struggling to do anything in this game, partially because the thing about Amumu is that the way the ultimate, which is undeniably extremely powerful, it makes that, okay, we want to fight in this circle, and Renata's ult is about as big as the circle. So Renata just throws her ult at the same time, and what are you actually meant to do? You can't follow up on the curse of the Curse and Sad Mummy.
Yeah, I like to call that fish in a barrel. Kindred has that problem a lot into a number of champions where you pop the ultimate and do other things, as we get a fight now also.
Yeah, Blaze is bearing down on them. The Ocean Soul has been secured now for Genius. They're in so much trouble in the back of this pit. There's no escaping, as Slater is just going to absolutely rail them. Blazes as well on the other side of the fight, taking down names, and that's a triple kill for the Zeri, and that's an ace for GE.
Yeah, extremely well played pretty much across the board from GE. Again, since minute 1, it seems like they've really had the number of SE. There's never been a moment outside of that one really scrappy, like 5v5 fight that ended up in 3 kills on both sides, that SE felt like they had any real control of the game. If this is not the game-ending push, which again, if GAM has taught us anything, it might not be, but I think they've got more than enough time to actually wrap things up right here on the side of SE or GE. And given the fact that they lost in the first week, this might not have been expected after SE took such an impressive win against GAM. And like you said, this is a big statement win. If we end up going to a tie record, this is a great first step to showing that GE are just so adept at being able to game plan out against any opponent and learning so quickly.
And this is really good. I love that our first week, of course, it is only game one. This could still go to 3. SE can still win this series. Don't get me wrong. I love that this is showing how competitive the VCS can be.
Yeah.
If we have 6 or maybe even 7 teams that are ultra competitive, what a split we are in for. It's going to be so much fun.
Coming right down to the wire, especially with the 16 playoffs, right? If you've got 5-6 teams that are really in competition and can beat one another at even a semi-consistent basis, when you hit top 6, having the 1 seed, having the 2 seed isn't as comfortable as you once were, right? It's always been like GAM and the rest of the league, or GAM/Flash and the rest of the league when we talked about it. But if we have legitimately a competitive league all throughout and every team can beat everything, those little seeding differences can actually make a world of difference in the grand scheme of things. So I'm excited to see. Obviously, again, we're first week of play. We're in the second round robin right now of just making sure we get our second series here among all these other teams. So I don't want to speak too quickly. But again, already I'm loving what I'm seeing from these teams and being able to adapt and having a lot better competitiveness.
For sure. And with that, we will be going to a short, about 5-minute break before our analyst desk brings it back in. Don't go anywhere, guys. This is VCS English bringing you the best league in the world.
Welcome back, everyone, to our slightly surprising but very exciting series number 2 here on VCS English. Week 1, day 3, we have Genius Esports against SPTC Esports, and to the surprise of many, I'd say, GE actually off to a great start, a very, very dominant game 1 with great teamfight execution and a swift finish. They are up 1-0. Welcome back, Marby and Clock, and I think we are going to jump straight into maybe the deciding point of the game, or the deciding moment of the game. Marby, let's look at this ill-advised invade again.
Yeah, and the first thing I want to point out is the timer. It's 1 minute. It's 1 minute 43 as we hit play. We see here that there's been this bait where they've started Wolves and they've realized, SPTC have realized that they've been juked out by this fake leash. And from here, the correct play is to just bail. You've been duped, you lose about 10-20 seconds, but this kill, this wasted time just means that you get more experience to Yeej, and that'll race him ahead to a much higher level than you can match. It grants an experience lead to the GE bot lane that undermines the strength of the Kalista and Mumu that you're trying to utilize. And it's DNK who dies, so he gets set so far behind on timing because he has to spend the next 30 seconds walking up to this blue buff and just to start trying to actually get anything on the board for him, even in terms of CS, in terms of whatever. So that one sort of ego play where they're like, no, we can continue to take this blue buff, just destroys your whole game. And with how bad the draft was from SBTC, there is nothing for you to go back and take the win from it. You can't find your way back in.
That's a very, very nice segue to you, Clockwork. You wanted to focus on the draft even more. We saw on the Rift there was not much they could do after this invade especially, but also even before we hit the Rift, you were super disappointed by their draft, so I'll give you a little bit of space to talk about your feelings looking at SPTC's draft for game number 1.
But yeah, as Mabby mentioned a bit, you have these champions like Lee Sin and Kalista that are supposed winning the early game and impacting either the solo lanes in case of the jungler or the bot lane in case of Kalista. So you want this like fast skirmishes, a lot of trades, and then pull ahead and then snowball from that. So this level 1, even if they had they won this level 1, or even if Lee Sin was ahead, the team fights still were going to be very complicated because there was no team fight that SPTC would have been able to play in a non-awkward way. Kalista really has a hard time to deal with the Swain because to auto-attack, you need to be in range of everything, and she cannot outrun this area. And I'm not saying that this loss is to blame on Vim Boys, but I'm pretty sure that maybe Celebrity would have played the Kalista better.
Let's see first what they select for Vin Boys or Celebrity in game 2, as we are already into draft. Sorry to cut you off, Clockwork, but you get to talk more about champions and Kalista's. Maybe some of the Kalista woes we've seen. She's very prominent, very prevalent in the VCS so far. Hasn't really seen that much success, so let's see if she's still on the priority list as we hit game number 2.
If we are looking at what I would like to see coming up from SBTC's bot lane, it's Paulette is a great enchanter player. He's played lots of enchanters before in the past, likes to return to them. So then a therapy. It's unstoppable. It's insane. Run that. Do not pick a Kale blind.
Ouch. No, please. The Senna is open, the Seraphine is open, so there's a lot of options that they can go for.
Okay, so
not the Kalista.
So they want this to take away that bot lane duo with Granada, but I don't think that's really worth it.
Don't you just go Swain again here if you see this Kalista?
Banned.
Oh, it's banned, yeah. True, actually blue side banned, so they were super scared of the potential counterpick Swain. So that's off the table, my bad. Didn't actually catch that. We also have we also have a Lucian ban, interestingly enough, a Corki ban, a Gangplank ban, actually the second in a row, so we see much more Gangplank presence. I think Rebel can be happy. But now back to the actual picks. It's Gnar on the side of SE, and then Zeri already hovered.
Right. I think especially this Swain ban is why they're called Genius Esports. Like, it doesn't take much, but we've all realized the Swain is a problem to deal with, and they don't want to let this pick go through. Now Genius, I expect them to pick something like a jungler. I would love them to pick Talia. I think she's in a great spot at the moment, can clear quite well, and also I love her ganks post level 6. There's a lot that she can do, and I really want to see some VCS junglers showing us how to play the champion. So, great move by Genius.
And I think, the good part about this Talia lock-in is it does have that flex potential between jungle and mid lane. We saw Dia play it, yes.
I think it's actually more a mid lane champion right now. If you just look at global tendencies, I think Talia is mostly played mid lane actually. But of course she can still jungle, so that potential is always on the table.
And yeah, and then Amumu lock-in, SBTC going to try and run the bot lane back, and if you can get that win, it's like that strong lane and actually utilize the advantage you're meant to get from this bot lane. It does carry on and continue to be a big threat as the game progresses, but we didn't really see them able to utilize that against this exact matchup, so I'm not particularly confident with the drafts coming out of SEG.
And we are moving into ban phase number 2, more top lane focus. I think, last game we actually had GE putting a lot of focus on trying to get Anper out of the game. They were decently successful. He had one solo kill against Coated. But other than that, now they're trying to secure Anper, a good matchup on their side, on the red side. We have a Victor ban. Clockwork, what are you making of the Victor ban here?
Look, Victor, I think he's a good mid laner. It's very hard to put Victor out of meta. He has wave clear, he has crowd control, he has zone control, so he's good. But that said, I don't know if it's a worth pick. I don't know what Genius are thinking about SPTC. Dia hasn't shown Victor so far, if I remember correctly, so it looks a bit random, right? But also, so does this Trundle ban. Maybe they want to pick some,
That's a Yijin special.
Tanks somewhere. Alright, just a target ban to Yijin. Yeah. So Celebrity's back in, so I expect him to play this bot lane. As we said, she was not happy with this bot lane after game 1, which is understandable. But now Celebrity's in, so maybe it will go a different direction.
Diana.
Whoa. Diana, I'm not super sure about. I feel like if you want that AP jungler, there are just better options. The Lilia springs to mind, the Shyvana that Levi pulled out the
More Wombo
last
combo
game.
though.
Has the Wombo for sure, and Yasuo is definitely on the table now, and they're just waiting to confirm what that mid lane matchup will be. Quite likely before they lock that in and pivot away if necessary. Or DNK jungle, Diana mid with Diana mid, Yasuo jungle, DNK will do it. He's crazy.
True. He actually played some Yasuo jungle successfully. I don't actually want to be reminded of that. No, guys, please.
Infamous B5 Renekton is back to haunt the VCS. We thought we were past these dark ages, yet here we are again. Now, what the hell is going to happen? So, Akali is going to be the mid lane for Blazes, which is good because we know Blazes likes to roam and impact the other lane, so Akali is a good pick to do that. Yijin gets the Talia here, so this is something I can deal with. The Renekton, however, into Gnar, I am very confused.
Okay, so Renekton into Gnar, you're basically trying to run that maybe it's not even into Nar looking at these current places, but Renekton, Nidalee, this is the better version because whatever her name is, Talia is actually a good champion that doesn't disappear after the 15-minute mark. And now you're getting to play Akali into Nar, which is a little bit better. Like, you're not gonna win the lane by any means, but it's a lot harder to punish. And SBTC have just decided they have one mode, and that is dive and kill. That is going to be a bit rough into a Zeri Renata, I feel, but it might even be rough into Talia with that E. So
wait, Renekton is mid actually.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
okay,
they really try to get away from the Yasuo last pick, but we are already moving very quickly towards the game. SBTC is allergic to range today, so Clockwork, do you think they can still pull it back in the series, or does GE go 2-0 over SBTC Esports?
Genius composition might be a bit too brainy this time. I don't think it's going to succeed. This Renekton is a very narrow win condition to be successful in the early game. SBTC now realized that they lacked engage in game 1, so now the Diana, the Sylas kind of patched that up, and I think this is going to be just enough to net them a couple crucial teamfight wins, which are necessary in the VCS. So SBTC win.
Do you agree, Marby?
I believe in our God Emperor Enpa on his Nar, his 7 solo kills in a game Nar, and I think this is going to be enough to carry him.
Okay, so 2 SBTC predictions. Analysts were wrong. No, analysts were actually right in the last game, so we might be looking at a 5-game day, and I think Carrix and Rebel couldn't be happier looking at another game to cast.
Of course we are. We always are happy to have more VCS your way. But what happened in the draft phase, Rebel? Help.
That's a great question. I'm gonna be real right now. Like, this has got to be the most disgusting Talia pick I've ever seen in my life. You press E in a team fight, every member of SE has a dash. Every single one of them is going to be running through the rocks, stunning themselves. Yeah. That is hysterical to me. After the first three, I was like, I literally was like, that's that. They can't pick 5, right? They picked the first 3, and I'm like, they can't pick 5, right? They actually picked 5 champions with dashes into Talia. So Yijin, I think, like we were talking about the Renekton having some like lack of value potentially, or not being nearly as much. I think Coded being on Akali was like really good last split, showed off some really solid Akali play. I still think it's really difficult to get onto Slater in this game, but I think that Yijin has picked up a good amount of the carry potential, and this is a game for Yijin to really put his foot down and say, I can be the hyper carry for the team. I can be the person that everybody can rely on, which I think is something that we would like to see from Yijin, given how much, I know you've talked about it in the past, how touted he was as this like really, really highly valued prospect in a lot of people's eyes. And if you can come out and have a performance that wins them in a 2-0 against SE here, I think it would be a very, very big way to kind of burst onto the scene.
Yeah, I certainly agree. He has a lot of the keys to the castle, for sure. Whether he can unlock it is going to be really interesting. Dia1 is in a rough position. This is such a horrible matchup for Sylas. Like, you just don't exist.
Yeah, I know our analysts didn't like. We always like to joke about the Renekton. Ryuk is gone. We don't have to have that kind of trauma anymore.
Slater.
Oh!
He's dead.
Welcome back, celebrity. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Last game we had Vinboys in, and I wasn't sure if that was a permanent thing for the series or not, whether Celebrity was around or if they were just trying something out. But obviously, Celebrity, well-versed on the Kalista, already showing up inside of this game number 2, getting an immediate kill against Slater, who burnt both the summoners as well. That's a great start for SE.
I have to say, I hope we get a replay. I assume it's just a bandage landing. And so, like, Cleanse obviously very good against a Moo, but not perfect, because you cleanse the first bandage and he's still got a second one. So things are a little bit rough down for the bot lane. Let's have a look. Yeah, it's just going to be a bandage.
Yeah, probably hit level 2 pretty quickly here is what likely. Actually, he caught it right before the level 2, so they were thinking they're going to get away. The real question is, how did the second part he got baited back into it. What are we doing? That's unfortunate. Wasn't expecting the second bandage. Good call by you, kind of predicting that was exactly what was going to happen and precisely what occurs right there.
Dia1 taking some damage.
Really good
apparently
angle.
not thinking about it. Oh, and no, Dia thinks there's no jungler around, but of course there is. He gets popped back. No, he flashes away, and Dia1 will survive.
Yeah, but that is a re-gankable lane if I've ever seen one before. Like you said, this is already going to be rough enough for Dia1. He's down about 10 CS, going to be down about an entire wave after this one is taken. Ignite and Flash still available for Blazes, and they burnt that defensive summoner. So while bottom lane, that was a really nice play, burning both the sums of Slater and getting the kill on a Celebrity. That mid lane is a place you have to look to target. Blazes is just really trying to piss off LS today. You get the Renekton pick, and you get the Executioner's first item as the purchase. I know it's good into the silence, but somebody out there, if we happen to get like a little bit of a raid from some LS fans, I know they're going to be a little peeved about this.
Yeah, LCK, please go long. Contain them. Keep our chat sacred. Oh my word. Yeah, no, this is definitely a rough position for Dia1 though. Renekton, funnily enough, it's actually not terrible at the moment. I don't necessarily think he's pickable. But he's a lot stronger than he was when he was still getting picked every game. So he's actually not a horrible champion right now. So I think Blazers actually is enabled to be a pretty strong force to buy enough time for Slater, Coded, and Yijin to take over. Oh, I think I might have cursed him, but he tries to turn it around onto Dia1. The big heal comes in from the Color Week. DNK can't step up. Blaze is just bearing down. The reset comes in for DNK, so Blazers does their dump. Oh, hello, DNK! Killer Instinct comes in clutch as he moves on in and kills himself a croc.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I think Blazes was trying to time out his cooldowns right there, because if he gets the Q back up and he's able to get between those two, that's almost certainly goes his way as the Renekton. And I want to kind of see what that was looking like. He had the Enhanced right there, was able to get a good amount of damage, has the Stack Conqueror right now, which is what buys him so much time. It's this Q right here that does all the work. Look at that. The shift of health, knocking DNK down to half, Dia1 ignited. As soon as that turns off, they're willing to turn. He flashes out and just has to bail pretty much, but he goes back to his wave. DNK has the flash and the E to be able to capitalize on it. Again, it was really well played from Blazes right up until it wasn't at the last possible second where DNK is able to punish with his flash.
For sure, but again, you can see that Blazes has the blood in his eyes. He's got that bloodlust, and he will use everything he can to get this Renekton ahead early, even though it hasn't quite worked out, as Enpa lands a good stun, but Coded is, of course, playing the Akali. It's just going to be a bit of a trade back and forth. These early Gnar ults are generally just used as a bit of damage. Not really going to find too many kills. It is now a 1k gold lead for SE, as Dia1 gets away. Doesn't know Yijin's there yet. As he gets stunned, can he get popped back? He does. Has a dominus of his own. As he moves on forward, he's just going to try and kill Blazers, but pulls off. But he manages to fend off the play and survive. That's exactly what you want to see.
Well played right there from Dia1 to make sure he doesn't fall to that. A little bit of added pressure right there, trying to take advantage of it while the flash is still down. Unfortunately, Yijin not able to tag with enough damage as DNK up the top side, trying to punish Coded. Set up Enper for a little bit more. I think he should have the safety for this. Yeah, not even going to tag the Q. Actually, they get nothing onto him right there. Well played by Coded. Well spaced by him. He's still just taunting away everybody right now.
Yeah, I think they are. Like, DNK is just here sort of making sure Enper can get a good shove in. I think he has a back timing in mind. Or he's going to go for a lane gank. Would certainly be unexpected. No, he just backs off. Yep. Enper's just going to shove this wave in. No problems there. And as I was trying to say before we had another flurry of action, it's about a 1.5k lead for SE. What is the number you're looking for that you're not worried about the scaling on GE?
There's like breakpoints. I think 4K is usually my breaking point. As soon as you hit 4K in a game like this, it feels like you should have enough agency with your champions, especially if the gold is allotted in the right place, that no longer does SE really have to worry about, like, okay, we should be in a down position as long as the fight is set up properly, as long as our tools aren't just wasted, right? Like if you get a good engage, if you get a good ult, like a Fate's Call, things like that, if Dia1's able to get a fight and not just get blown up, things are perfectly fine as long as you've got that 3-4K advantage, which comes about from like first Rift Herald, usually first tower going down. That usually is more than enough to be sufficient to be able to generate a type of advantage like this. As Yijin is kind of around his bottom side, we're getting a fight.
Palette's been caught out a little bit with the Fate's Call. They want to keep this one going. Celebrity has to flash, but he saves his support.
Actually, very, very good call from Celebrity, just being less aggressive, not wanting to throw his Palette to his death right there around that dragon, because you know that if that fight is taken first off, I think SE burnt too much at the beginning of that, trying to get some kind of kill, and would have certainly lost that fight even with the reinforce from DNK. And if that's the case and they lose that fight immediately, that's almost certainly just going to have to be Dragon traded for the Rift Herald. They got taken on top side of Slater. Gotta get to the wall.
He's been caught. He has the wall to zoom on over, but Celebrity wants to keep it going. The flash comes out from Slater. DNK doesn't want to keep it going, but this will be Dragon now for SE.
Yes, it will, as Rift Herald is actually traded to the other side, which is interesting because, again, I would have suspected that SE would have really wanted to play for the Rift Herald in an attempt to get this gold lead kind of maximized so they could continue to fight with this big AoE fight like they set up in the previous game with DNK being ahead on the Diana. But instead, they go for the Dragon. They say, okay, Dragon stacking, we could try to goad them into fighting.
Coming out from Coded. This is a scrap. Enput going very low, but Coded's not too healthy himself. He has the primed auto attack. The E is thrown. Yeah, he can't keep this one going. Enpa now moving forward, but misses the boomerang. Ooh, these top laners playing by the heads on their chinny chin chin, but both of them will walk away. Durability patch coming in clutch.
Yeah, and right here it should be about 3 plates, 4 blazes in Yijin, which should give quite a bit of gold back, actually. It's a nice place for the gold to actually be allotted as well, as long as this auto attack comes through. I want to talk for 1 second about this top lane matchup because, again, Coded at one point was kind of touted, especially when I was around, as being our pure number 3, right? We always had Kiaya and we always had Hazmet as our number 1 and number 2. And outside of that, it was like, okay, Coded is the de facto number 3. And then Emperor came along and really started performing in our most recent split and kind of took that mantle away a little bit. And so now, if Genius is able to be as competitive as they looked in game number 1, even if they take the 2-0 here, I do wonder, even with Emperor's solid performances, if Coded can
be in trouble. That. Yeah, the Moonfall was used, burns the flash from the Renata.
Well played right there. It's nice to see that DNK didn't just get shut out early. The Lee Sin in the last game just got completely clamped off, and this Diana is looking so much better, right? Like, it's not shut out. It didn't have to just, like, kind of absorb that initial gank at level 1. It didn't have to just fall behind immediately and accomplish basically nothing. DNK able to get quite a bit more done in this.
They try and make another play onto Blazers, who himself was trying to go onto DR1. As you can see, both those Dominuses burning. But in the end, they still live. For how action-packed this game is, the fact that we've only got 2 kills is wild.
Yeah, it's really crazy just how much have actually been attempted from both these teams. 1.5K gold lead is good for the side of SE, but it's not monumental. It's not stupendous at this point. Still a very close game between these two squads. And again, the recovery right now is just like, okay, at what point is the itemization good enough for GE? SE wants to strike a lot faster, so they're remaining active across the map just to make sure that GE can't just sit there on their heels and make sure that they can just scale up to wherever they want. And I like that SE is trying this again and again. I want to see Palette get out and about. I haven't really seen Palette move in these last 2 games, and on the Samumu, having this kind of like AoE and the CC to work with feels like a good option.
Coded gets thrown under the tower. There has to burn the perfect execution to get out. So cooldown-wise, that's very positive. But now DR1's in a lot of trouble. DR1 goes down, and Palette, as you said, was on the move. Not there in time to save the mid laner, but is there in time to trade it back.
Yeah, finally you get Blazes to break something in this mid lane, because these 2 mid laners have just been absolutely going at it for the entirety of this game. And eventually one of them is able to actually pull a kill over top of the other in the pure one-on-one. It's only been when jungle interaction has come in that anything else is spilt over. As you can see, it's DNK who actually picks up that kill again, is being this, like, to me, he's been like the locomotive for this squad, just being able to push things forward. And so DNK having this gold is nice because he's on a champion that does that really well as well, with the Diana to set up anything that they want to accomplish.
So, Rebel, we are still sitting at a fairly close game. How do you think this one continues to play out? Where is GE looking to actually get this ahead? Because their bot lane has not moved. They've been rock steady in the bot side.
Yes, they have. I think Celebrity Palette are going to be incredibly menacing when we get to 5-on-5s. The next Dragon or the Dragon after might be pretty telling. Second Rift Herald is another good spot, as they're going to find Dia1 here.
Yeah, he's moving on in. He's in a lot of trouble. Needs to get another Kingslayer. Can't get it in time. And now DNK's in a lot of trouble. Calls down the laser. But that's just 2 kills going over to SE.
And finally, we're operating on this margin of like using this Renekton in tandem with this Taliyah to make things happen. They get the massive shutdown on DNK. This is where I'm really excited to see GE now, because once again, it's Yijin to me that needs the gold. Yijin can make such a difference inside of fights like this to actually make, put out damage and be able to deny a lot of this mobility that the team has set up. And you can see that on display. This E kind of denies anything from coming through. The knockaway puts him in bad position. DNK goes diving. I'm surprised DNK didn't pop the ultimate just to try to get a trade kill onto Yijin. Maybe thinking he could get out if he decided to turn on the Blazes, or Palette was able to get there fast enough. But I feel as though the attempted counter burst and going into Taliyah would have been a better option, but must have just got kind of lost in the sauce right there alongside his laning partner, as the gold has been evened up now.
It has, and I'm very worried about the fact that they've managed to stay even in gold while they have a Zeri just scaling away. Akali as well, no slouch in these team fights, has the Rift Maker, does Coated. This should be a dragon picked up for SE. Give them 2 stacks, unless Yijin's got into save it. No, he can't smite, so it's okay. But the Dragon Snowball is still a condition here for SE, no question.
Yes.
But are they? Oh no. Okay, well that helps. That helps SE as well. That helps.
Yeah, it does. Well played, Enver,
so
right
where
there.
did the overlay go?
That's a great question. There's plenty of questions that we have and not enough answers, but let's focus on one thing at a time. SE focusing on dragon stacking is going to goad in GE to fight when they want to fight. The question is whether they're doing it fast enough, because they have another 10 minutes before the next real dragon probably ends up being the potential. Infernal Drake will also win a game like this, so that's also really important. We're going to get a chance to see the topside fight is Coded versus Emperor. He must have just saw, hey, Emperor has nothing. He missed his E. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay. Yeah, it was just a little bit of misplay by Coded.
Yeah, I like the attempt from Coded, but yeah, you miss the E. Maybe you just don't go for that when it's kind of on a razor's edge like that. I don't think you need to go for that, but my, has Emperor been having a cracker start to this split? The God Emperor is truly online.
Yeah, Emperor took that 3 seed in terms of top laners away for very good reason. And I think he would be coming for a higher title if we didn't have such high opinion about Hosben and about Kiaya. But again, both of them, or at least as far as I can tell, neither one of them have a particularly good start to the split. Emperor right now might actually just be the best top laner, at least in terms of showing that we've seen among all of these teams, which is cool to see. We do have to get him off Gnar. I do want to see him on some other champions, but other than that, he continues to make the Gnar work as a champion. It continues to be fine for his team as long as they collect wins and such. And right there again against Coded Zakali was great last split. So being able to show off like that, being able to find a solo kill, even if it is Coded's mistake, is pretty impressive.
Yeah, for sure. He had to execute as Blazers in some trouble as celebrities here, but Biob able to hold it back. They can't risk that Renata ult buying way too much time. As they're just kind of faff about in this mid lane for now. The second Herald did go over to GE a little while ago, so no real objective on the map to play for right now. It's just continuing to be a bit of farming simulator.
Yeah, or I think the first big point of power that comes out from the side of GE is actually this Gore Drinker. Now you've got Hex Drinker, you've got Heal Cut, and then you've got Gore Drinker against a bunch of melee champions, means that SE is going to have a lot harder of a time trying to burst down Blazes, which is really important. Not to mention now Yijin and Slater are here in the mid lane. If they can get this charge off with the Rift Herald, it's going to be huge to get the gold into the right places here for this squad. I don't know, neither of them hit the tower, so okay, they do split a little bit of local gold, but yeah, that actually ends up just going to Yijin, who I believe was the only one that had actually had that because he was the one that dropped the Rift Herald, which is again good for the Taliyah. I think that's really positive to put all that gold into a member that's going to have a bunch of agency inside of fights.
Yeah, that is absolutely ridiculous. I just want to bring up a stat that one of our analysts, Marby, just dropped in our chat. That's 12 solo kills for Emperor. It's the second series. Wow. That's ridiculous.
It really is.
But Blazers is in a lot of trouble. He'll have to look for a solo kill just to make a 1-for-1 as he dashes forward, can't get the reset, puts up the he's actually not dead, so that will get the Diana ult burn, but the shutdown to DNK regardless.
Yeah, he did all right there. The fact that he was able to get that far into the potential play against DNK was really impressive. DNK had to run because he was out of cooldown, so he was just okay, don't let the Renekton hit me. He was able to get away from him with relative effect right here. This this was him getting caught out of position. There's 3 members that can kind of surround. DNK lost the majority of his health bar, and then Emperor was able to get him. You can see this was actually a great flash if you watch this, because I don't know, I think you were talking at the time when he caught it, but yeah, it was a nice little play. And then right here again, it's DNK who's just kind of playing with his food a little bit, because Blazes has no way to actually get on top of him after the flash was burnt. This was the cool part, was the Gord Ranker Q to be able to get him to enough health that it felt like it would have been competitive, but DNK burns the ultimate, so it just doesn't matter. Not available for another fight if they do happen to take one here in a couple of seconds, but DNK's almost got it back by now.
Yeah, unfortunate. Maybe if it had been 30 seconds later, that would have made a somewhat difference for the Dragon fight. Unfortunately, the timing doesn't quite work out.
Nope.
It is going to be an all fair Dragon fight, and I think this is one that GE do really need to fight. I don't think you want to let SE move up to Soul Point. I don't think you want to give them that potential win condition. You're sitting about 1,000 gold behind. I don't think you care about that very much. Your Zeri has her first item. Your Akali has her Rift Maker. 2 items on Yijin. I think they feel plenty strong. It's just going to be about navigating around the big team fight ultimates of Diana and Amumu.
Yeah, I feel as though but BOB is going to need a good ultimate here in order to actually help this out, because if this is a one fight for GE, if they get the Dragon especially and win the fight, this is a massive turning point for this team, whereas SE, again, this feels like the breaking point for them as well, where getting the Dragon is really important to try to flex onto GE. They don't need to necessarily go for this, but the fight afterwards, again, if you lose your gold advantage, all of a sudden you start to get pushed off this.
Yijin can't get close, doesn't really go for it, is coded deep into the backside. It's going to be a Renata ult onto 1 only, and it's only Paulette, not really good enough. They will be able to turn it around. No, the Fate's Call does take him back. There's a stolen Renata ult, much better coming out of Dia 1. As they dive on in, he goes incredibly low, can't slay any kings. So 1 kill has been picked up. Enpa on the run will be able to hop over the wall. So it's 1 kill traded for the Dragon. You take that every day of the week, Rebels.
Yeah, you absolutely do, because now SE have the possibility of grabbing that Infernal Soul and really making their composition, which I think does have some difficulty scaling, into a legitimate menace, because that means Dia 1 and DNK, their initial impact, even Nar's initial impact inside of a fight, is going to do so much more upfront damage that it's easy to clean afterwards with Celebrity, with anybody else who is able to actually kind of finish up damage there. I actually don't know that it pure wins them the game, especially if they stay close enough, because again, it's really difficult to try to find the correct spacing against this Talia and against this, this Zeri. And you can see that on display in this fight. Look how far back Yijin can be without really finding an effect. Look how far back Slater can stand without really finding anything right there. Slater has taken 0 damage, and only just now is the health bar being dropped from Yijin, and it's because of the stolen Renata ultimate that was forcing his team to hit him more than anything else, which is important to track in the later portions of this. But again, accessibility is still a problem for SE that I don't know the Infernal Soul does full take, but it is their win condition they've set for themselves, and they are on that premise right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's definitely not the silver bullet, but it definitely helps. Maybe it's the gun, but it's not the bullet.
It's like you can shoot a werewolf like 10 times with like 1 magazine, and this isn't a silver bullet to just drop it, but you do get like 100 more magazines, right? Like you just keep dumping bullets into the other team if you wanted to. Like
eventually, like it doesn't
eventually
matter.
It's gotta die, right? Like it's gotta.
Yeah. But, oh, hello, we've got a bit of a scrap in the Baron pit. As Biob has been completely caught out by Dia 1, but a flash away will keep him safe for now. Dia steals and uses the Dominus to keep himself safe, and the rest of GE reinforcing will save their support.
Yeah, right there, actually, I think fishing a little bit. Thankfully, Yijin didn't cut out, because if he uses the seismic shift right there, I think DNK can actually turn on him on the right angle and not get caught up by the E that Yijin would have thrown out, and it would have been an immediate assassination onto the jungler and almost certainly a Baron attempt coming out from his team. So it's Yijin, I think, making a solid decision right there. That or just being like, I'll just throw a Q and throw some poke damage into 1. BOB losing the flash isn't the biggest of deals, outside of like DNK aiming for them so that they can't pop the ultimate inside of a game like this, is really the only way I see that actually having too much of an effect. So,
they caught him in the end.
there it is.
For how many times I think I've called, Biob caught out, that's his first death.
Mm-hmm.
He's been playing with fire, but he's only just gotten burned.
It's a very bold call that when the rest of your team leaves the mid lane to actually walk up and contest the vision right here. Yeah, look at this. Like, there's no one here, man. Like, what are you doing?
That's smart.
Yeah. Great.
Fate's Call is used. Yeah, that was a fantastic E. They get onto Yijin, who goes gold to buy time. He's taking so much damage, he immediately goes down. There's nothing he can do. SE picking up another kill. I think it will deter them from the Baron. but nonetheless, more and more gold into their pockets.
Yeah, the important part, once again, is you have to have access to both backliners, Yijin and Slater. They still didn't have access to Slater. The ultimates were available, too. I'm surprised they didn't try to force more onto that, especially with DNK's flash, but they don't want to potentially throw underneath that mid tower, give a bunch of kills over to Slater, and then effectively lose this game just on the scaling more. I like that SE, they're playing within the bounds of respect against the side of GE right now, right? They haven't been able to push their lead any further than just about 2,000 gold at this point, but they still have a composition that's fit enough for team fighting, even at this point, unlike last game, where they lost a good amount of that scaling with the Lee Sin inside of composition. So I do like that they're willing to put faith in themselves to be able to win out a game like this in the long run, if they're contesting with this Infernal Soul. As you can see, though, GE's not going to take that one lying down. They're going to try to push back Vision. They're the first ones into this river. They're going to do their best to make sure that they've got mid control as well, which is going to make it easy for them to try to step in and contest this so that it isn't just a pure win from SE.
The thing that SE also has to deal with as this game continues to go on is actually having Dia1 having an impact. So far, he really hasn't. He was such a star player in the matchup against GAM alongside Enpa, and in the past, before his break, has been a star. But we'll have to come back to it as in they go. But Paulette just gets immediately blown up. Can't even pop the Amumu ultimate. 15 seconds before a dragon. What did he just do? Now the wall keeps him trapped in. Celebrity has to flash away. Coded. Surfs on in. Still has the mark on Dia1. Just has to get back out, but they don't really need any more kills. Renata ult will buy even more space. That's just going to be Dragon. Infernal Soul denied.
You do have
Paulette!
Yeah, Paulette's going way too far forward, trying to hope, maybe to set up a Gnar ultimate, maybe to set up DNK and DL1 to jump in, or even a Fate's Call to try to pull him out, but none of that ends up coming through. SE, they're still around!
Oh no! Why are you still here? They're using a teleport. Enpa's going low, manages to survive. DL1 on the front line, has a Renata ult, throws it out, will tag onto 1 or 2, but that's not going to be enough. Oh, the Diana ult only onto 1, and it doesn't even get the kill on the Slater. DL1's low, he gets taken down by the Zeri. They get trade back onto Renekton, but that is not who matters at the moment. Slater has a bailout, but will fall regardless. They pick up these 2 kills on the backside, but this just feels like an unnecessary passage of play.
It does. If they can get Baron, it will be worth it, though. DNK and Celebrity is still available. Paulette is also available. They've got enough tools. Yijin is going to try to cut them off. Yeah, if he's able to find a fantastic shove here, that's massive!
Oh, that's a massive one onto 2! Pops the shield bow. I might have popped off a bit too much. I got very excited.
No, yeah,
But,
That's a huge save from Yijin, though. That was warranted excitement, maybe not necessarily for the damage that came out. This was another gorgeous seismic shove to be able to push into this. It was surprising how little they did, but again, ultimates were already down from GE, so I'm surprised they took this in the first place, and they did a really good job just being able to kind of isolate the 2 that went into the pit and only give up the 1 on the front line, which I think was DL1 in the grand scheme of things. As Celebrity just kind of threw spears into everybody. But again, Yijin with the hero play at the very tail end of this one, dropping the health bars of DNK and Celebrity so low that they can't actually walk into Baron Pit, was the massive play right here. You can see right now they're kind of on that brink, as we were talking about, as we jump into some fine Vietnamese gentlemen being able to be our casters on the other side of things. But yeah, a well-saved play, and again, a dragon taken here to make sure that GE remain in the game.
Yeah, obviously we don't know quite what's happened. Evidently there is a pause. We don't even see the sepia rift. We just come out of the replays straight to our lovely Vietnamese gentleman. And then, of course, you have to come over to us. This has been a scrappy passage of play.
Yeah.
What do you actually think of the state of the game at the moment, Rebel?
It's so close. It's like unrealistically close. And it's nice because it's such a balancing act of a combination of, like, again, range advantage versus gold advantage versus big ult value when you have multiple multi-person ultimates from a couple of members of both teams. Your tracking resources is one of the biggest things on both teams, right? If all 5 ultimates are down on the side of Genius Esports, they can't really be in the river and take a 5-on-5 if they don't get a perfect assassination against somebody. And you saw right there at the end that SE was able to punish that when all 5 their ultimates are down, they can jump in and they themselves can be the aggressor. Even when they're down position, even when they don't have a full member on their team, they're still able to make magic happen, which is really miraculous. Both these teams are really, really good at understanding, I think, the bounds of what their champions and what their compositions are kind of designed to do. This play doesn't look like VCS of old. It looks far more intelligent than I'm accustomed to, Carrix, and I don't understand it. We're in a new territory of players thinking about what they're doing sometimes, and it's kind of incredible to me.
Yeah, it is very different. We are back onto Summoner's Rift, thankfully. We didn't miss very much.
No.
Look, little technical issues happen. It's no big deal. it is very different. 15 kills at 26 minutes. Seems like it must have been an absolute glacial pace of a game, but it really hasn't been. These teams have been going at it, but as you said, it's been considered. There has been thought given. So when we start seeing a little bit of the old VCS Unga Bunga coming in, it's almost catching me off guard.
Yeah, it's also much more fun, right? Like, it's when you get only Unga Bunga, then you start criticizing and being like, oh, they shouldn't be fighting here, they shouldn't be fighting here. But when you get these little jumps in, like, aggression, or these little jumps in, like, I have an opportunity to make an individual play inside of, okay, the teams are setting up properly, it does get more interesting, because then it's more personality, more flavor that we get these from these players of being these massive aggressors, having faith in themselves to make these incredible outplays that otherwise, other leagues might not play. Every other league's playing at a snail's pace at, like, 45-minute games to make sure that they're just, like, aren't losing. But this is not the case. It's always the case that VCS teams are willing to play for a win, and that even pops up when we're playing more methodically.
It 100% does, and if MSI proved anything, it's that it has merit. The top 6 at MSI can't take that away from the region. As a bit of a push down the mid lane, well done there by Yejin, tagging DNK, popping his spell shield as well. Really important stuff there. But it's just posturing back and forth at the moment.
Yes, it is. And it's difficult, I think, also, again, Talia, if you're able to set up ahead of time in preemptiveness against SE's composition and throw down that E, it makes it so hard, again, with all these dashes to try to close space if you're on the side of SE. And so, again, I'm always looking at where Yejin's position. I'm always looking at what he's doing with those abilities, because there's such an important value to this team to be able to buy space, to be able to zone away and make sure that SE is at an arm's reach for Slater, at an arm's reach for themselves, to make sure that they don't have any of that problem. I also want to see Coded step up. So far, Coded has had some really rough instances of missing the E, not being able to close a kill. Here he is attempting to find something against Emperor.
Yeah, but Emperor's just a little bit too quick. And look at this on the other side, the stolen Renata ultimate. But look at the spheres being stacked up. Somebody has to pull him in immediately, try to get some safety.
Nice.
For Paulette, but he goes down to the zap from the Zeri. Slater now surfing on forward. This is dangerous. Celebrity wants him, needs to stack up the spears. Can't quite finish him off, and now that's a disaster because SE are in the wrong part of the map. Ooh. They're taking so much damage. Coded going so low. Actually goes down to the last bit of damage from Celebrity. So the SE win out on the backside of that play and get a 2-for-1.
Okay. E should be more than enough to be able to actually stop this.
Oh boy, look at this. They surf their way in. Dia1, he's trying to get it done. He can't quite manage to finish off Blazers, but they do get Yejin, and that should open up the Baron. The health bars are really low, though. I think it's a bit too dangerous.
Yeah, you have to be a little bit careful here. Yeah, BOB doesn't have the ultimate, and Slater had to fall back right there, and I think they're going to find an opportunity to get a Baron right now, especially with TP. It's going to be easy enough. Yeah, easy enough to actually capture this one. As Dragon is going to be the play coming out from Genius, just to make sure that they don't give up another Infernal Soul point, but this is going to be that breaking point of 4 5k gold that I said that SE should be able to win team fights on consistently without making mistakes, right? If you're not giving something up, if you're not losing tools unnecessarily, this is where that comfort zone should actually come from.
They want to fight this.
Oh, this feels so
GE
risky,
didn't get there in time. They didn't get there in time.
They didn't. No, you're right. Okay. This might set up game 5.
You have to go for the steal. You can't. Yejin only just respawned. This game 5. God, how many points is this?
Game 3. Game 5 of the day. Game 3 of the series. My bad.
Absolutely. SE, I think they had such a slow early game, and I was really worried for them, but they have played this mid game and now into the late game so well. They're 5k ahead. They have an Infernal Soul. Celebrity has just ascended to another level. They're looking great.
So this was the initial catch, which was onto, of course, the support. That ultimate was actually super valuable for knocking what looked like Paulette out of the fight. And Slater did a good job just not going down right here, being able to bring down Paulette. And I thought this was going to be the opportunity for this team to actually find more. But so many members just dance on such a weirdly low health bar. This is where Slater gets knocked down. Celebrity almost gets the kill. And now it's back as we're live in a fight.
Alive as Blazers is getting dove, but he manages to survive. It's only going to be a BOB going down. Oh no, Celebrity kills his teammate. Takes down the Diana. Hate to see that. A little bit of friendly fire as the gas makes him confused. 1-for-1, but SE have full control. In fact, it was 2-for-1. Yejin was already dead. My mistake. The base has been broken open, and SE are looking absolutely resplendent.
Yeah, there were a handful of moments during the course of this game that it seemed like GE was within reaching distance of a win. They were probably, maybe a little bit of damage shy of a couple of fights going really heavily in their favor. And now they're going to try one more time.
Fate's Call gets him to safety. Tier 1 dives in, has the second half of that Akali ultimate still to use. Needs to slay a king, can't. Taken down by Slater, but he's getting borne down on by Celebrity. Can he survive the bailout? You can't go back to your fountain, you have to fight, but he doesn't get the kill. And this is SE now. With the numbers advantage in the enemy base, Enpa lands a wallet but gets yoinked towards the fountain. Paulette not looking like he can find a way in, but look at these cannon minions firing away at the tower. SE just need to buy time, buy space. Enpa very low, should go down. No, he doesn't, he lives. Yijin charging forward, gets a knockback onto Celebrity, will get the GA. They need to kill him when he gets up though, it's very, very critical, but he immediately flashes, he's got the hops. Hourglass is good, but Conan is dead. Down goes Yijin as well. It's Blazers Sporting in 5 that will stop them winning the game, but SE continue to impress with the mechanics.
Really, really close margins inside of a game like this. They are at 1.5, 2,000 gold basically the entirety of this game. The dragon stacking ends up working in their favor after that Baron fight goes so heavily in their lane. It's just catching out one member, two members here, living for much longer than I think GE is really prepared for in any fight, as this was the play that kind of led everything off. Well played from DNK, gets an immediate burst to make sure that Yijin's out of the fight. BOB basically has no effect right now outside of the one ultimate that ends up getting DNK, but the 2-for-1 is absolutely worth it when they've got this Infernal Soul and you don't really have anybody that does this massive amount of damage. You're hoping Slater can carry this fight, but he still feels like he's just one item short, as it feels like they have been pretty much all game.
Yeah, they're really, really just on the edge. Another couple hundred damage anyway, and this game would be completely different for GE. But no, here they are, 10,000 gold down, facing an Infernal Soul. And I still feel like this game is over by any means. It still feels like it's on an absolute knife's edge, Rebel.
It still feels like it's winnable from the side of GE, which is crazy. SE has just completely turned their chance of winning from like basically almost a 50-50 to a much better chance by a significant portion, but that doesn't mean that anything is there. Again, I want to talk about range disparity. If an ultimate or a flash goes awry from the side of SE, it's still possible they just get kited to death by Yijin and by Slater. If an assassination comes in from Coden and you're able to get one person just completely removed, that's a big tool from the side of SE that's going to have to be taken out of the fight. Got to see if they can find their way onto those members to really put the pin in this one. Right now, they're blitzing down top lane looking for this.
Yeah, this is going to be another inhibitor falling. This isn't a sustainable way for them to play. A TP coming in from Coda. This feels like the last chance saloon. DR1 will lock him down with the Abscond Abduct. Steals away the ultimate. DR1 has to go gold immediately. Can use that Akali ult still as trying to use it as a bit of an escape. Blaze is extremely low. They can't go through those Toblerones. Enpa on the front line taking a lot of damage, but doesn't really stick. This Natu tanky. And SE completely fend them off. They've got the reset from DR1, but he has teleport available. This should be the third base tower being broken.
Oh, it should. Easy enough here. Be held.
Doesn't matter. The tower goes down. In goes Blazers immediately. Nard into the wall will get followed up. There's a big Amumu ultimate as well. They try and use that Renata ultimate to buy space, but it just doesn't do enough. It is all on Slater, and he's basically 1v5. And Rebel, those aren't odds you can win. The third inhibitor will fall. They've just got to wait for the minions now, but it does not matter because SE will be taking down game 2. The return of Celebrity was the return of the chickens. As they burn the geniuses down, they need to take another couple of tests to get into game number 3. And our games today have been absolute slobber knockers.
Absolutely.
We're going to have all 6 of them.
We really will. We're going to at least have one series go the full distance here today, which is miraculous to be able to see. I think SE stepped up massive. Again, they took this from a 2,000 gold lead only about 5-10 minutes ago to this massive advantage.
Oh, my word. Well, I'm sure our analysts have a lot of thinking to do before they come back. So we're going to give them about 5 minutes to brush up on everything that happened. So you guys can get that one done. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to a little bit early start to Game 3, our pre-game, because we need to get used again to the VCS rhythm, so I put the pause on a little bit of a longer timer, but we're here already, so you get extra content. This was the comeback from SPTC, winning against GE with another short-range composition. Marby, do you think the composition was just better, even though it was also short-ranged, or do you think it was just play diff?
It definitely had a lot more going for it in terms of finding opportunities, which I think is absolutely crucial if you're going for a short-range composition. Because, like, this time you had a Silas, a Na, the Diana, like, whereas last time you only really had the Amumu, and Amumu is such a Feast or Famine champion that you need to get rolling or you're just too squishy to survive your engage. And because of that, I think it worked out a lot better. Plus, of course, that they didn't get absolutely Goomba stomped at level 1, which helps.
Usually it's a pretty good sign.
Both. A big part of that was actually the inclusion of Celebrity over Vinboys, who was able to instantly take Slater off the map.
I want specifically to highlight this difference because not only they managed to avoid getting Goomba stomped, but also Celebrity managed to win the reverse matchup. It was again Zerion on Kalista, and instead of getting solo killed 3 times, he actually managed to get the first blood and the first tower in I think record time. So the bot lane, having a bot lane that can hold his own, can make a real difference with this short-range comp that need to accelerate the game really fast. And it showed really well in this case that the Kalista was much more effective and had this snowbally role that we expected in Game 1, as we said before. So yeah, keep Celebrity if they want to take home the series. I don't mind starting Vinboys. I think it's positive to have him some experience games in Game 1s. It's fine. So keep it up.
Yeah, Celebrity seems to be on a mission. The longest standing VCS player right now, because Levi, of course, left the league. And I think Celebrity even started earlier than Levi. So the Celebrity, the most senior player in our league. And he's still got it on one of the mechanically hardest mechanical positions. I believe he's 23. So he's not actually that old compared to other leagues. Faker.
25.
25? Oh, okay, that's my bad. So he is actually on the older
I
side.
just looked it up. Don't worry, I didn't know that off my head.
And especially in the VCS, where everyone is washed at 20, usually. So it's quite impressive, but he seems to be on a mission on this team. He has tried to make it work over and over again. Let's see if he can finish week 1 with a 2-0 scoreline, because we are into draft. And this is the deciding game of our last series of the day. So let's see what's going to happen here.
Pretty hyped. After the first series went to 2-0 without much of a doubt, it's great to see teams that we don't really know where to place them in the standings, right? Everything is still up in the air, and that makes for a very interesting start of VCS, because anything can happen, and these teams can both be top 3 or bottom 3, and we don't know yet. So these games are really crucial.
The ban phase doesn't really hold many surprises for us right now. We've seen these champions banned before. I am just looking at the whole of the week one for VCS so far. I'm disappointed with 2 positions especially. So if you want to talk about those, I'm just going to throw them in. That's support and jungle for me. I think champion diversity in support was to be anticipated with our love for engaged supports, but jungle especially seems to be much less diverse than in other leagues. I'm not really seeing many other junglers than just the Viego, Lee Sin of old, and we're on 12-12. Those champions are not the best in other leagues. But we do have the Lucian finally in for game 3.
Yeah, we are seeing the Renata taken off the board as well. That is a little change up from SPTC. And I like to see the Lucian, and I mean, there's the potential for flex, right? Dia was famous for it, but here we see GA going to a very standard bot lane. Yes, I would like to see more diversity in the support role for sure, especially with these center lanes. But SPTC is getting everything they want.
Fish angle. So everyone is happy here because we get the Nami, so I'm happy. We get the Enchanter support, so everyone is happy, and I'm glad that SPTC noticed this, finally goes for the Lucian Nami. This has been a strong bot lane for a lot of time. Lucian has been the main culprit of it, so once he's banned, usually Nami doesn't get considered, even if Nami Xayah, I think it's still quite viable. Very aggressive lane, but so is Senna and Tahm Kench. They are deceptively tanky, so I expect a lot of trades going on in this bot lane. And they can go either way. I expect SPTC to have an edge here.
Yeah, definitely. As the Senna player, I can tell you, playing against Nami Lucian is a horror story. You die to one combo, it's really sad. And I don't think Tahm Kench can really change too much about that, so I would like to see SPTC completely dominate bot lane, because they should. I also hate to see Akali in Coated Sense again, because he was really disgustingly bad in the last game. Do you guys agree?
The reason I see this being okay is you have that gives you that little bit of a flex potential. It can go to Blazers, can go to Coated. And the matchup, at least in the lane, was fine, and wasn't able to actually blow open a really big lead, and he had to sort of rely on a lot of team fight position to have that impact, which he did manage to have. But I don't mind it as a pick here. I feel it's a little bit of a bait. I would rather see it mid, and you can go for something maybe more like the Jax for Coated, something a bit more of an specific lane counter. But we will have to see. Yes, Wukong is off the table, which is one of those Gnar counters if you're willing to take it to the top block.
The Renekton ban is quite confusing. It was so not working that they decided to take it off the table for themselves, apparently. But in the mid matchup, actually, it wasn't bad. It mainly also the a bit underperforming on the Sylas, so I hope that this time around on the blue side he gets some comfort. That Swain seems to be still open, Sandra's still open, and the Gragas also, he showed great performance before, so there's a lot that DO1 can play. He just needs to choose accordingly to his matchup, since probably Akali is going to be his opponent, but also Genius has the option to counterpick the Yone. Oh, I love the Yone.
Okay. still really has that flex potential of these two solo liners can go wherever they want, depending on what these matchups are. Both are okay into Nah after all. But now it's up to what does DO1 have in the tank that is really strong into this? Apparently, it's going to be the Silas again, which should be a pretty fine matchup into either one. Melee into melee is a little bit nicer. Oh, it's actually going to be the Ari.
SPDC picked more than 500 range challenge. Impossible.
They picked Ari, that's close, but it's up to DNK. I want to see something a lot more aggressive than the Graves, so you can pair up with the Zari and get something actually done, but they might just go all in for this sort of team fight again with the Graves pick. That's more aggressive.
And less range. Nice.
Less range, but
well,
effective.
Graves.
I mean, it's Graves.
We have a last pick jungle setup. Is he really going to last pick Trundle jungle?
It's pretty
Can make sense here.
But yeah, I don't know. Might be the way.
It's not terrible. There's better. I believe he could have gone for some better options in the jungle, but it's his comfort, so maybe that's why he chose it. Overall, I don't think Trundle provides a lot of utility here for Genius. I mean, he's always going to ult the Volibear and just remove the tank from the fight, and that's it. I like much more SBTC's composition, not only because of the Nami, but also because they have a lot more mobility, and I think Senna is going to have a very hard time, and BOB needs to be on top of her all the time, otherwise she's going to have a terrible game.
I have some elaborate questions about the way we saw this pick and ban develop. Like, some of the champion choices are weird, but Marby, take it away. What are your thoughts looking at these two compositions?
I think it's similar to how the last two compositions played out, where you want SBTC to get that early lead, but it's definitely not to the same extreme, because Lucian with the Nami buff is insane pretty much throughout the game, and of course DO1 is going to be a little bit better in these team fights, dashing in and down on the Ari. I do think the only real big glaring point is Volibear is going to be absolutely useless thanks to that subjugate coming in once we hit like 20 minutes. So I see an angle where teamfights fall apart without that front line, but I do give the edge to SBTC.
Just one word clock, SBTC or GE?
SBTC.
Okay, SBTC seems to be the favorites here coming into Game 3, and of course they won against GAM, so would be logical. But maybe GE can upset, and to bring us all the action, it's once again Kerrigs and Rebel.
And what two team comps we have, Rebel. This is primed to be a very, very fun game. We've got the Lucian Nami, we've got the Yone Akali. We have damage coming out of every orifice. And I'm excited.
Yeah, it's an exciting set of compositions. I know we complained a little bit about the range disparity that still kind of plagues the side of SE, but at least they have a bunch of mobility in this game to try to capitalize on their lack of range, which is still better than what they had in the last two games combined. But the excitement that you get from the potential dive of like Coded and Blazes inside of a game like this is also something to pay a lot of attention to in how you use a lot of your mobility on the side of SE. Because again, if they're dumping it immediately to try to get onto Slater and it gets canceled out by BOB, then Blazes cleans that up. Coded cleans that up. You have to be a lot more careful and planning with how you're actually using a lot of these mobility spells to work with on the side of SE. Because otherwise, I mean, you're just going to get trounced on the counter engage coming through from those two champions.
For sure. I also like that we have like this lane, because like Senna Tam Kench has been a combo for a really long time, and then Lucian Nami kind of came out, so it was like, oh, my wife replaced me with a fish. Oh, I can do the same.
Happened in Breath of the Wild too, right?
Yeah.
actually just playing Breath of the Wild bottom lanes here between these two teams, which is kind of insane. I'm also upset because I feel like VCS is the one league where our supports, they won't probably play anything else, but when we get to teams like maybe Saigon Buffalo, they might play something with the Senna that's a lot more active than like the Tom Kench. And in a game like this, again, I think there are a lot of options to try to remove. TK is pretty much just useful here to make sure that, again, if Dia1's able to tag a charm, if you find a bubble from Paulette, you're able to get out of dodge in that particular way. But there's so many other champion choices that could have been so mean in a situation like this. Imagine a Mundo here. How do they kill a Mundo right here if they actually draft it and it's able to get out of the laning phase with relative respect?
It's true. You sort of wait for Taki. He'll have some stuff in the back pocket. I'm sure.
I hope so.
Get the Camille center going easy.
Good times.
But yeah, so the center Tom Kench is fairly normal as Edpa. What do you think about him just continuing to go back to the Gnar? Oh, hello. He's actually in a bit of trouble. Gets ignited. No flash for Coded, so I think he should just be able to reset, use the teleport. A good start for Coded.
Yeah, I mean, if Edber's read right now, or if it is specifically the side of SE's read, is that this champion is incredibly powerful, which obviously in Edber's hands it is, and people are just going to keep giving it to him. There's no reason not to keep giving it to him, right? It worked out in the last game, worked out in the game before. What's up?
I just want to point out the fact that DNK moved down to pressure bot. He wasn't really looking for the gank, but he was clearing a ward, and Yijin used the time to clear the ward, just yoink the crab, and now he gets a free double scuttle. Blazes has to burn the flash to get away from that charm. But now Yijin is in a very strong position on this Trundle, level 4 to level 3.
Yeah, and not to mention, he's going to get a faster back timer here as well. He's here to cover Blazes to make sure there's no gank to come through. Dia1's actually low enough and has low enough mana that Blazes could contest this wave, potentially clear it, as long as DNK doesn't cause him any fits right now, which is nice to think of. He's down the flash, though, so you do have to be a little bit careful about that. And yeah, you asked why Emperor...
flashing forward, needs one more, needs a little bit more damage. Oh my word, it comes close, but the Emperor strikes again, and he gets another solo kill. I think that's 13 now. Blaze is in trouble, unbinds the soul, but DNK will take him down regardless. But oh boy, Emperor!
Yeah, it's Emperor who just continues to bully people on this ranged champion top lane. And again, you'd think eventually people would start banning the Narwhal. It might have to be something.
Oh no, Tom Kench knock up lands. Somebody has to flash away but gets stunned up by the tongue. Slater picking up a kill. This is a disaster. Your Lucian Nami lane is not meant to be dying to the Tom Kench center.
Not in the slightest. This is a complaint a lot of people have about this lane specifically, is that it punishes so heavily, but if you're not able to actually make the punishment happen, the lane ends up going way too quiet, ends up not really having that bit of an effect. And that was Senna picking up that kill, so that's so much gold you're going to be getting. This was the play earlier. It looks like it was a big problem. Coded, again, these E's are really killing him. A couple of times during the course of this series alone have really been his death sentence, and not hitting that E, tagging that shuriken flip to be able to get that last little bit of damage you need to find the solo kill. And again, this was because Yijin left. I think Blazes didn't have the wave in the right position. I don't know if it's Yijin's fault necessarily, but a communication needed to be there between these two, because Blazes needed to either hard push this so he could find a back in the timer that Dia1 would need to catch it with no mana, or you just have to bail immediately and hope that the wave isn't going to get shoved enough, or that DNK has to come up and spend more of his own jungle time in order to actually fix that wave for Dia1 and make sure to punish Blazes in some way. And either way, that's resource that needs burnt. But again, that's either not communicated to Blazes by Yijin, or maybe the expectation was that Yijin was going to beeline right back, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, so, I mean, sudden flurry of action does lead SE to about a 700 gold lead, maybe closer to 800. Blazers, once again, zoned off the wave. Paulette on the roam, obviously, is spotted out, but doesn't matter if you know he's there. He still can't step up to farm the wave, so this Yone is not having the greatest time. What do you think of this Yone pick in general? It seems very bold.
It's, to my understanding, it's actually really powerful, and it's a good top lane flex. So if you have somebody that's willing to flex a top lane, it's actually not too bad of an option.
We have to come back to it. This time the E's are landing, and Enfa's in so much trouble. DNK is here, wants to try and trade it back, but the lightning doesn't land, and Coda gets away towards his tower. So that's just going to be a kill, and mid lane, Blazes died. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't want to throw too much into like Yijin earlier. I think I made it sound like it was Yijin's fault, and Blazes shouldn't have been as far up as he was. He should have just sacked the wave earlier. And right there, once again, he doesn't have jungle support. He knows the opposing jungler is also on top side, but his own jungler is down on the bottom side of the map. We get to see this. Yeah, he's in the river. How does Nami get to this play? Because I'm pretty sure Nami ends up with an assist on this one.
Yeah, Nami assists. So...
Runs right through the lane. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
so
it's just,
it was just an assist on the E.
yeah, it was nothing too crazy. It was just waltzing through. I think Paulette wanted to try to track and see if they were going for the jungle. Right there, Dia just kind of almost a solo play. I would say that probably would have just been a solo kill had it not been for Paulette just pressing the E on that one ability. But well played by him because again, Blaze is just getting really disastrous in this mid lane up as the Yone up against this Ahri, making it so difficult for him to continue to play out this lane. Look at that damage.
Yeah, and Dia1 doing something, I called it the Nightmare attack, but I think he's completely correct to play. This takes even more damage, of just picking up the Dark Seal. Ahri is so safe that any stacks you get on a Dark Seal or a Medjai's, they're always going to be safe. You might not end up with 10 kills, but you really don't need to because you just don't die. Yeah. So smart from Dia1 because then you can actually be a damage threat rather than just the utility bot that Ahri so often is.
Really putting some solid damage in. First Dragon does go to the side of GE while all of this was kind of going down. It's going to be traded for Rift Herald eventually as everything kind of comes through. I was expecting more from Yijin here. I know our desk had some very strange things to say about specifically the Trundle as the last pick. I know that was the case because they wanted the counter pick and they saw the Volibear and they go, okay, I guess we play the Trundle into the Volibear, try to get active. But Yijin's got Predator and hasn't made a single entrance into a lane quite yet. Really have not felt the effect of the Trundle on the map outside of that one dragon that's been taken, which is rare because in every other or both of the other games that we've seen so far, Yijin has been really active, even on like a Talia. So it's strange to me that the Trundle just hasn't gotten as active here in this early game.
Yesterday as well, on the Trundle in game 1 of their series, was super, super active. They ended up not winning that game, but it was definitely not Yijin's fault. He did absolutely everything he could on this pick. So the fact that he's been so quiet early, yeah, okay, he's up against a Volibear. Volibear is the premier early game jungler, but still, you'd think he could get a little bit more done. It doesn't help that Blazers, though, is just getting creamed.
He is. He's down about 2 waves now, down the kill at least. The Yone is still going to have a lot of value. We've seen the power that the Yone can bring into a team fight, but again, being down this far means that Blazes is going to be delayed quite a while until that team fight really starts to come in. Once that second item is in, the Yone really starts to kind of catch on. The benefits are obviously that like they aren't really playing for early gold advantage, right? They're playing for dragon stacking. They gave up that early Rift Herald to the side of SE, who are trying to be active with this Volibear and trying to get ahead. They're the ones with the Lucian Nami as opposed to the Senatom Kench lane. They've got more onus, I would say, in the early game on the side of SE. And so if you're GE, if you're the Yone, if you're Blazes, you're not feeling super bad about falling in credit, like giving up gold, as long as you're getting gold in return, as long as you're not falling way behind the power curve. And I don't think he's super far behind it at this point, right? Like he's 70 DCS in 10 minutes isn't exactly stupendous, but it's at least keeping him relevant inside of a game. That is unless they continue to bear down on him.
Pillar goes up, but Dia1 is safe. Doesn't have to burn flash. Didn't even have the ultimate, so that gank just goes really nowhere. But at least Yijin's having a crack. Another charm lands. I don't think they can really commit onto this one. Well, DNK coming in very quickly. Yijin having to play front to block for Blazers, but they go under, turn the tower off. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to pick up a kill here as everything seems to diffuse. Blazers, be careful. Ooh, takes a bit of damage, but does manage to get back to the soul, of course. Paulette zoning them off, and this is just going to be tower plates going over to SE.
Yeah, extremely well played right there. TP comes in just to make sure that they can't take all that much, but there's no flank around, so there's no way to actually get coded into this line of champions. Really unfortunate. And again, if Blazes has ultimate right there, I feel like they kill DNK almost certainly. But again, without that one tool, you burn both summoner spells, you burn everything on the Yone, and still unable to actually get out of the laning phase at all. And this is all to the dismay of Celebrity, who's kind of taken the backseat in a game like this, despite being in the Lucian and the Lucian Nami combination. But they don't care. If the rest of their mapper is winning as hard as it is, they drop a Rift Herald, end up collapsing on a 2,000, 2,500 gold lead at some point. They're going to be more than comfortable continuing to kind of index into a lot more early game aggression against this GE squad.
I still do think you have to be scared of this this center. We haven't talked about it a huge amount after the very early game because there has been so much action towards the top side of the map. But this is still a center that has been able to farm mostly, I say farm, has been able to exist near farm, mostly unmolested. You can see the Tom Kench is even on CS with the Lucian. Yeah. Not normally how that one's meant to happen. DNK moves into the mid lane. There's Nami wave as well. Blazers does manage to play that fairly well until he gets bubbled and has to ult out of there, but does stay alive.
It feels so much like this Yone ultimate is just a defensive summoner at this point, just using it on cooldown to get away from any kind of aggression. They even come into the mid lane with a bit of a cover, trying to help against this potential Rift Herald push to grab a couple of plates. Double Bubble is going to guarantee that the charge is going to come through. Really, really well done to make sure that Palette couldn't try to deny it in some way, if there even is a way to do so, as it's guaranteed the gold to come through. They're going to push into the jungle. They're comfortable with where they're at right now.
Court flashes away, so the charm doesn't land. A good center binding will hold them up as well. But with no Yone ult, what can Blazers actually do here? He feels quite useless. Beob comes in, forces a flash out of Palette to not get knocked up. DNK on the run. Blazers will have to clap back to his soul very soon. Calls down the lightning to slow Beob, but he does get the eat. Now Celebrity has to get something done, but he just can't. That's just going to be a kill onto the volley bear. Goes over to Yijin, and GE fire back.
They do. They finally get something, right? It took them so long to get to this point, but they get a kill back. They're able to use a Beob, who ends up being the hero out of basically nowhere, coming in from the bottom lane, being able to split up this team, being able to get a kill onto the jungler, setting up for the dragon play, getting the pushback in mid lane. The only thing that they really got there on the side of SE were those plates from that Rift Herald, but that's about it and nothing else. So salvaging a little bit of the things that were happening, salvaging a bit of the aggression that was being put onto the side of GE, and setting themselves up for Soul Point, because they've got the first 2 dragons of the game. Hextech Soul is going to be useful for them when it comes to a team fight. They've got a lot of slow potential, a lot of AoE potential that can come into the rest of their team. The Senna is going to apply that so easily to a lot of the members of this team. If the range is going to be really high up there, it's going to make it a lot easier to try to approach a team fight on the side of GE, who, again, also on top of all other things, have reduced this gold lead to only about 1,000.
Yeah, and that makes me start really worrying about what they're going to do with this center, as Blazers takes a lot of damage, but does have that free escape of the Soul Unbound. He's okay, but the center gets scarier and scarier. Now Beob is in trouble, but they're going to try and chase onto Slater. Doesn't actually have the W. There's the Nami knock up as well. Tahm Kench is getting over there. Does he have the Devourer? No, he does not. So Slater will be fed to the wolves. Unfortunate stuff there.
Really incredible. DNK able to make that gap close happen right there with the flash, with everything else kind of coming through. And it's going to open up bottom tower that they could probably take it. I mean, it's past the turret plating range, so they aren't going to get that bonus gold from coming through. But it does mean that I think that Celebrity is going to be a part of the first tower, which does help salvage the Lucian a little bit in the earlier phase. That is if Yijin doesn't get here fast enough and deny them from getting away. The Pillar's deck is going to be a little bit too far out.
Yeah, now we have more damage coming in. The center ultimate will make sure Beob is tanky enough to survive, but still a good fire back here. A bit of a turn of the pace from SE, because it did feel like GE was starting to turn things.
They're not done yet. They're just going to get the tower. It just happens one wave later than they would have wanted it to. And it means that Celebrity is going to get dug out of the hole a little bit. This is where, they found a couple of members too coming in right here. This was crazy from DMK. I was expecting him almost to like flash and then try to ult to get on top of Slater. It looked like the flash was down actually. So that was something that I attributed as being a mistake, but instead DNK actually able to get on top of him, end up finding that kill, end up finding the tower as they're able to get even more gold. Again, SE kind of pressing the gas a little bit necessarily, I think. It's nice for their composition to be able to take advantage of the volley bear while the volley bear is strong.
It's very true. As we do now have SE picking up the second Rift Herald. This is not contested. Yijin is in the area, but absolutely no real access there. Nor is it really worth a huge amount.
No.
But SE are still fairly happy with the current pace of play, as we do see items going to be coming in. Okay, so I want to get your opinion on this. Mm-hmm. This is not the Sunfire Cape Yone. I was talking to Quincy last night when we were casting a few Yone games. He thought it was just the superior build.
But it still might be, though. It still might be, though, right? Because that's Blade of the Rune King itemization. So if you go Blade of the Rune King with Sunfire, you could still go for it. And once you get onto second item, I think that you make the mention of the right play, though.
Slater dead.
Right play. Yeah, he's just dead. What are you to do there?
Yeah, just caught out, taken down. And no, you are completely correct. For some reason, I forgot.
It's fine, no worries.
How you build Bork.
Oh, this is tremendous, though. Okay, that is a painful.
So clever.
So good. And that means that they're going to pull 2 mid towers. I mean, like, we may not even get onto correct Yone itemization by the time we get into a point where this game is just lost from the side of SE. It feels like GE just haven't really been able to contest against this early game. The whole point of that Trundle was to try to put on some pressure, but Yijin just hasn't been able to match DNK almost a single time over the course of this game. And now it's led to nearly a 5,000 gold, 4,500 gold lead here for the side of SE early on into the game. Is a bit of a death sentence. At least they are getting some gold back to the Yone because Blazes pulls a tower, but that's about all we can say in this situation.
And so this is perhaps going to be a bit controversial. But one of the things that they've mismanaged here is they're down all this gold, but the thing is they have 2 dragons, which means they never get objective bounties.
Yes, which is problematic. That they
need objective bounties. I hate the system, but it's in the game. You've got to play around it.
That's true. It is. Now, the other benefit of this is, of course, it buys them 10 more minutes that they don't have to play the game, right? Like, they can just sit there, collect waves to the best of their abilities. And as long as they don't take any more crippling damage to their base, like if they don't lose an inhibitor or anything like that and they're not stuck, it means that they can at least contest for Barons, make sure they have to stay honest when it comes to the positioning on the side of SE, and GE can remain in the game for a short time. And that's also assuming that they don't get a 3rd dragon randomly and being able to begin to threaten like a steal for a soul point or something along those lines, which is still within the cards at 4,000 gold. Not a great one, but again, minimum it buys them 10 minutes, adding the exchange, of course, like you said, of that really, really massive difference of not being able to collect any of that bounty gold.
So Coded has just taken his back. He has teleport. We've got 10 seconds on the dragon. The one person who's not here is Celebrity. I think if GE just immediately hit the Baron when it spawns, not the Baron, rather the dragon, they might be able to burst it before SE is really able to come out the team. I think the Hex Gates have changed it. No, the Hex Gates have meant that Lucian will get there in time. Now they have to worry about their flanks. DR1 very deep, as is Enfa. They catch on to Coded, who goes into the smoke, so he's okay for now. But we have a team fight set up.
Okay, interesting. So many different angles with these Hextech gates that are kind of set up right now. And also, there is no ultimate on Dia.
They're going to try and collapse onto DNK. I like this decision. Throw out the Yone ult, force him to step back. He uses his own ultimate to try and make up distance. But the pillar is there, but Yejin just doesn't have the damage. He is playing this Trundle. Dragon still chilling in the pit. Biob taking a lot of damage. That's a good Gnar ultimate. Senna ult as well to buy more tankiness. And Swallow will get Coded to safety. Was it Akali? Of course, not an arm, my mistake. As Enpa just stands on the front line, is about to go back to Mini. Ultimates have been used. No ultimates available for either team. Blazers, be careful. Snaps back to the Soul. Teleport coming in. A good reset for Coated. He comes in with full health, has a bit of move speed as well. GE still looking for this one. Another pillar gets thrown out. Biob moving forward, needs to be careful. He's not actually on full health. Blazers, care. I'm looking for ultimates that are coming back up. Ares is close, but that's about it. Emperor is going to have another round of Mega Gnar and will have the Gnar. So this fight, ding, 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 it's round 2, baby.
Oh my goodness, we might actually get double ultimates from multiple members.
Blazers has been completely caught out. DR1 forces a flash out of Biob as well. This has to be GE evacuating the area. They have just lost the positioning, lost the priority. Enpa now could get caught by the knockup from Biob, and Slater might actually be able to get something done. Charm lands onto the fish, but it's only going to be... Oh no, Tanketch will actually go down. And Enpa's just far too tanky. He's not taking any damage from Slater, and Slater now can get soloed out. Coded jumps into the side, has to buy space for Slater as more and more members of GE are falling away. They fire back with one, but no, the second half of the perfect execution never gets used. Down goes the center, and it's finally an ace for SE.
It took so long to get to that case, and it felt like GE, they were in such a decent dance. They ended up losing their mid inhibitor off the back of minions being able to get in. They're going to give up the dragon, which it feels like they should have given up earlier. Once all the tools were used on both sides, they could either try to fish with Pillar, and they could fish with Tahm Kench, or they could just walk out. And I feel like at some point you should have just walked out. Like, all you're losing, you're really not losing anything. You have more than enough time. They walk away with it anyway, and you've already bought yourself time with the 2 dragons. And I know this is coming from a point where we just watched them lose 4 members, but if they bail at the beginning of that and they're able to kind of push out mid lane again, they can continue to contest. But that is a little bit more. It's not quite a kill shot, right? Like, the mid lane inhibitor going down isn't necessarily even a good thing for the side of SE, but at minimum, it's going to make it easier for them to try to push into Baron Pit, which could be the kill shot that leads to later. So little's trickled out, and I don't even know where we're starting in this fight. This is like where they're fishing back and forth with TK and with the pillars and everything else back and forth between the 2 teams. And this is where the resets of ultimates come through. Enper's about to get his 2nd Gnar bar of the fight, 3rd Gnar bar of the fight. Dia1's about to have the ultimate to be able to work with in the charm. And especially because you see this cross pattern from Coded trying to get into the back line. It's just immediate. All the positioning collapses in the top right here. And that means that SE knows that they can go in. I also want to point out, Slater almost carried this fight, but he does not have the items yet. If he's on 2-3 items as Senna, he might actually full carry this fight for the team. He just isn't strong enough yet.
No, he is not. And as this replay continues to go, it is, of course, so long. We have a bit of posturing in the mid lane that we can see in the picture-in-picture as this last little bit of the fight does get replayed. Looks like Baron is the dance at the moment. No one's gone down in this mission picture. All 10 ultimates are available as well. But currently, it's GE with most of the control over the river.
I would like to see where the items are at right now because I'm really curious how close we are to things like Sunfire for the Yone, second, third item for Slater, where we're at in those kinds of regards, because I think it's really important to note when that's going to be the case, when they can actually look to start continuing to fight against this team, because they're down so much gold right now. It's so difficult for GE to even get a decent engagement in the first place that if they do get one, I'd like to see if they're actually even capable of taking that kind of a fight. As SE is doing the right thing, they're kind of splitting between mid, which is the inhibitor down. It's constantly being pushed, and it means that the GE kind of has to bounce his 5 members between top and mid at any given point because they're worried about the push doing damage to the base or losing additional structures. I don't think it ends up getting a Baron, but it is rocking a bit of the foundation that GE holds right now, and eventually something's going to crack, whether it's top tower or if there's going to be some damage put into the Nexus towers as well.
A bubble lands onto Coded. They throw in the wave as well. There's a lot being committed when you've only got 2 minions. I don't know about the decisions there. It's not a huge deal, but I still don't know about it.
Oh. Okay. Nars on the other side. They're going to try to fight here.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah, but DNK with a lovely blast cone means Coded can't really keep anything going. GE has to fight here. Because as you said, Nara is in the base. There are super minions in the mid lane. Oh no, that's a catch out onto the Tahm Kench. The center ult comes too late to save them. Coded going low as well. This looks like SC are just snowballing out of control.
Easy enough. They have enough of a wave, I think, to take the top tower here. Bottom tower is under threat from Gnar. Yone not able to really accomplish much as Blazes. He just resets and he's going to walk into bottom side now, maybe give up the inhibitor tower just for nothing. As the Gnar's going to try something right now, he's just going to clear the wave away. And it is just the 1 tower and the 1 kill going over, so they did slow the pacing of this. But again, I think SE really just wanted the tower, and they could have tried to give that up. And they weren't able to force their willpower. They weren't able to put the right person in the right place. I think Blazes needs be a part of their fights. He's one of the big ranged engages that this team has outside of just Tahm Kench throwing his body into the opposing team. And so it's something to consider for the future. You can see them wanting more. You can see them really kind of fighting for it. It's actually not even Sunfire. It's actually going to be Frostfire that's built by Blaze.
Yeah, this was built yesterday as well. It actually does make sense in a team comp against a Gnar and a Volibear. They group up so much. The Frostfire is really annoying to get around. I'm not 100% sure if it's better than Sunfire, but I completely see the logic.
Damage-wise, I think it's worse than Sunfire by a significant margin. When it comes to CC, that is a good question. If Blaze is the first one to a fight, it means quite a bit to be able to slow them down on the other side. It looks like that fight didn't end up leaning all that much. It is still not SE who's been able to find a Baron buff, though, which is nice. Despite having the mid inhibitor, despite having that push kind of going, it has just been delivering minions into Blazes and into the rest of GE here as a possibility to get them enough gold. That's pick onto the top 10.
No! Biob, mate! This catfish is just loving getting hooked.
Biob taketh and Biob giveth away sometimes when it comes to games. In game 1, we were touting him as a hero. Even during the course of this game, at the beginning of this game, really the only aggression that was found from GE was off of Biob, and yet these last 2-3 fights really have been him getting caught out in bad situations and not being able to respond to it. As it looks like GE, they're willing to give the Baron, which is interesting because this is going to force SE into a position that has to do damage. They're going to get the Dragon, though, which does put them in another position. It gets another 5 minutes if they can last through the Baron buff push without losing too much of their base. Like, I think, it is making the best of a bad situation, but I don't mind the call as long as, again, if they're able to prevent the Baron buff from, actually crushing their base, they're okay to continue stalling. It's just that SE has so much hold right now. Yeah, it's so hard.
I mean, SC probably needs to reset. It has been a little while since they have. There was a lot of posturing around Baron. So I don't think this 9k gold lead, or 10k even, is perfect, because I don't think they've bought in a little while. But you can just see Blazes is really unable to do very much to Emperor at all. Loses that fight. They lose a top lane tower as well. Yejin's going to barrel in. The Mega Gnar comes out. The Yone ult misses, but it doesn't matter because the shutdown is good enough. Wave splits them apart. SE are outnumbered, but they can just back off. The damage is already done. That 1 kill means very little. Coded, Biob through the gate. I feel like GE has to try and get at least 1 or 2 more kills before SE can go back and shot. Biob very far forward, manages to dodge the charm. In goes Blazes, doesn't have the ultimate. There's a lot of damage being done. Biob lands a knock-up as well. Shut down onto the Volibear, but it's answered back by a kill onto the Kench. That's okay. It's just a support Tahm Kench. Slater is here. trying to get some more damage done. Tags the slow onto Paulette. Pretty massive as this center is now moving forward. Slater, this is your time to shine, mate. But they look like they're going to call it off, back on off. They know they need to get back to the base and do something about it. As Enpa, he's about to respawn. He has teleport. There it is. He is coming on in. They have to do this right now. Yep, turn around to the play, but the Yone goes down, and now they are absolutely stuffed as they are caught between a rock and the Emperor, and it will be SE leading them off the map, and this dynasty is secure in the first week with a 2-0 over Genius and GAM.
It was like Genius somehow made this absurdly stressful for SBTC to be able to walk into a game like this. But the fact that they come out resiliently after such a good game plan in game number one, again, we always talk about like potentially DNK being prone to tilt. He didn't seem like it. He leveled up over the course of the series, did even better. Trust in his teammates, being able to make sure that the entirety of his map is going well. Players playing out of their minds. Dia1 Emperor, I think, putting in a bid potentially for the best solo lane combination, even over top of GAM at this point in the league. And yes, it is a 3-game series. This is the second time they've been pushed to 3 games, but it is our first 2-0 team in the entire week.
And look, you say, and obviously you're right. Yeah, okay, it was 2-2-1 series, but the first one was against GAM. Of course it went 2-1. And GE, they certainly don't look like slouches either, despite being 0-2. I think we're in for an absolute rocker of a league. So far, everything has been close. Everything has been exciting. It's possible to tell who's going to win as we go. And oh my word, I'm sure the analysts have a hell of a lot to talk about. So I'm going to say goodnight. I have been Carrix. With me has been Rebel Fox. We have had a hell of a time. Your way, take it away.
Thank you very much, Carrix. We are on to our last analyst desk of the day, and what a day it has been. Starting with a little bit of a slow burner, a little bit of a chill performance, seeing the former champions, or current champions actually, GAM, recovering a little bit, but then SE against GE, definitely the main dish today, and Clockwork, I'll just instantly throw it over to you. Play of the series, just a very quick answer, and then Marby afterwards.
Play of the series, I actually loved this last game. Actually, what SPTC did at I think it was a third dragon, right? They kept biding their time before actually engaging in the team fight, because they knew the mid lane was going to push into the inhibitor and, clear all the way down. So there was a rather clever play that I wouldn't expect for a team that has, just been rebuilt in week one. This speaks loud about how SPTC have been prepared and hypes me up about what they're going to do next. Like, There's some brains in these chickens.
But there don't seem to be much brains left in your head, because you just straight up ignored my answer. That's unfortunate. But Marby, you can have the question then. Sorry, Clark.
Look, I'm been singing this kid's praises since the start of the show, pretty much. And the Emperor has risen. All hail the God King. 1v9 in game 1. Absolutely smashed game 2. Wasn't really the big superstar in game 3, but absolutely pulled his weight. So over the course of the series, absolute king. King of the top lane, apparently. Hasmed and Kiaya, they've got competition.
Oh, that is for sure. And Enper, and the new nickname Emperor is just so perfect. I'm excited to see what he can bring. But let's dive a little bit deeper into the series and into SE's 2-0 week 1. 2-2-1s, as Carrix, I think, pointed out. So not flawless, not perfect. Still a lot of moments in the games as well, and drafts especially, where you're scratching your head, but in the end, they win 2 series, they win 2 best-of-3s, and if you just look at series scores, it looks perfect. They have strong players all around, they have good coordination, maybe not the greatest macro sense for me watching these games, but Clock, are you impressed generally with this team? Do you think they got lucky today in some of their games? I think GE faded away a little bit towards the end of the series. They certainly had the best game in game 1, but what's your read on SE now after 2 series in week 1?
For sure, it looks like a team that, like GAM, more or less budget GAM, because they rely a lot on their solo lanes, and jungler tries to enable them to then impact bot lane, which is still completely able to stand by themselves, especially when Celebrity is playing. So this week one makes me think that probably we're going to have another GAM-ish team, which Buffalo wasn't, and which will make the whole league much more interesting.
And Marvi,
This time I answered the question, right?
Yeah, definitely. Marvi, do you think the other side, GE, they're 0-2 now. They lost 1 and 2 to two of the stronger rated teams. They lost against Team Secret 2 days ago or 1 day ago, and then today obviously against SE just before ASE. So walking away with an 0-2 start is not great. They're tied with ASE Esports, but they definitely showed us glimpses of hope, right? They're not completely out of the question here.
I think their mind for when to set up and go for objectives is actually very good. Maybe they fight for objectives they shouldn't, but they generally have a good read on getting there first. They play around that quite well. I think it's going to struggle against a bit of the better teams where we saw, like in this game, DO1 just manhandle Blazers the entire time. Just things like that. So like lanes, if they can't quite stand up to the lanes of the others, they will fall down. I think this could have been a very easy 2-0 for SBTC if game 1 wasn't just all the cards falling for GE. But they may have the same series score, but they are definitely better than ASE, and that's good to be ahead of the people around your level in the series. So that's good. I think they're pretty comfortably somewhere in that mess in the middle because all the teams look pretty good, and they have definite room to improve, but they're definitely not bottom feeders. That's good.
Yeah, they have some players that are more or less established right now, right? They're not the highlight players, but Coated always can have pop-up performances. I think Coated is the definition of a VCS player. I think he's the most VCS player that has ever VCS'd, because it's just a coin flip with him. You never know what's going to happen. I wanted to quickly take a look at their schedule for week 2. Of course, we always have 2 series for every single team, and they are going to face off against Team Wales next Friday, and then again on Saturday against GAM. So Wales might be a winnable game. We're going to see how they look tomorrow. Then GAM is maybe a little bit harder. So GE definitely strength of schedule looking pretty rough for them. But we have a second round robin, of course, and also 6 playoff spots. So it's still a very long way to go. And I think we definitely saw a lot of the things they can build on, especially when it comes to their top side. I want to turn away from today's results a little bit more because we just saw them in front of our eyes and focus more on the overall league. Clock, you have been on VCS English for the first time today. So after watching all the games today and rewatching the games from the last 2 days, do you have a favorite team? Not really looking at performance, just their meta read or the way they play the game. Do you have one team you're really vibing with right now?
So I would say probably Team Secret here. I think they have been also very VCS in their last series, meaning that they played cleanly and they were winning a game right up to the level that we saw them ending playoffs with, which was very good and very organized and, very also prepared. Okay, so it seems that Team Secret are starting off just where they left, except for the ending, which made it a little bit weird. And I also dropped the game to Genius. So it's not perfect yet, but it's a team that I feel they're keeping in their improvement trajectory. So I want to see more of them, and I can't wait them to see. Are they playing tomorrow? Right?
Yeah, they are.
Yes,
First series tomorrow against Buffalo, so that's going to be a very important one. Revenge,
exactly.
maybe.
My eyes are on them.
Yeah. revenge for the semi-final if Secret can beat Buffalo tomorrow. They weren't able to take any series of Buffalo this year so far, so that's going to be very exciting. But before we close out and look ahead towards tomorrow's matches, Marby, I want to ask you, do you have a favorite pick so far? Maybe a picking team, pick and ban team that you really like so far from seeing all the matches? Or do you have a pick you want to really put into the spotlight as a pick that VCS teams are missing?
It feels weird after they put such a bad draft in, but I do think Tier 1 and SBTC and Tier 1 in particular are very interesting in draft. I mean, we had that Gragas mid to start off their run this time, and they've recognized the power of the Swain. They seem to recognize what is good. They just that one really weird draft, which were all okay picks on their own, but mixed badly. So I'm fairly interested in them. Otherwise, what am I looking to see? Probably things like Belveth, because new champs are always exciting. More enchanters like Seraphine. Yeah, just I don't know. Kale has been pretty much absent, which is weird. So a lot of these other champs that are really taking over other regions, especially ones from LPL, which is probably the most like region. I'm surprised they haven't made their way in and appeared in pick bans yet, but it's still early days.
Yeah, that's a very good shout. I'm very surprised that we don't see Seraphine. Or rather, I'm not super surprised, but very disappointed, because she's just unbelievably strong right now. So it's just weird to see the VCS ignoring this champion. Just there seems to be a pact between all the teams to say, "Now she's too much bullshit. We don't actually want to play her." Maybe some of the teams. I mean, we have seen B play an amazing game last split on Seraphine, and now she's much stronger. So I expect we're going to see her next week. Let's see when Belveth comes in. Kale, I definitely agree with you as well. Kind of weird. I mean, we saw one fake Kale performance from Hasmid. Let's hope we don't see Hasmid Kale again, because that was not very enjoyable. But I want to close out the day with just a very quick look at the matches tomorrow. As we already said, we have Team Secret against Saigon Buffalo. And then last game of the week, we have Team Wales against Cerberus Esports. So we have 3 winning teams from the first day, and then our first 2 days, and then 1 losing team in Saigon Buffalo. Second look at Wales. Marby, I'll give you this series, the second one. Team Wales against Cerberus. Where do you think this is going to go? Which team is a favorite for that affair?
Currently, I feel like Team Wales is budget Cerberus from what we saw. So I would lean towards Cerberus, but my heart the glory stand wants to just say Team Wales, regardless. And I believe in the potential of that team. So I'm going to go wild card and just say Team Wales, let's go.
Okay, well, that's going to be interesting to close out the day, but before that we have the rematch of the semi-final. Team Secret against Saigon Buffalo. They went 5 games when they met in spring in playoffs, so Clockwork, you get the last words of the day. Who's going to win that and why?
Well, definitely Team Secret are looking in a better shape at the moment. Buffalo haven't shown much of anything yet, but we know that in principle they should be the better team, because they have experience now from MSI, and we're just waiting for them to show us that they learned something. So I don't need to see them win. I just want to see them showing up what they learned and from Royal and from other international teams, because if they drop to a team like Secret, that means their chances to get to Worlds and show up in the international stage are becoming smaller and smaller.
That's harsh for the first week, but very true. We expected them to come in guns blazing, looking amazing, but instead they just looked very meager performance, very weak into Cerberus. So hopefully they can turn it around in week 1 already with their first series against Secret. But that's it for the day. We had GAM beating ASE Esports 2-0, and then SPTC in an absolute banger. If you missed it, go back and watch it as quickly as you can against Genius Esports 2-1. And with that, we're signing off for the day. See you all tomorrow for 2 more series to close out week 1 of VCS Summer 2022.